Hey guys, what up? Ugh. As you can see, I surprised myself and actually was able to get this character kind of far-ish into the campaign. We're in Act 9, and I think I've been on top of my passives. I think I could be wrong though. So so the plan for today is to finish campaign and what else? The plan is to finish campaign, then build out the AG, and to kind of go for a lowish budget approach just to get a feel for how that is. So we'll craft a not low budget, because this you can't really build this on a low budget because of the fact that your AG does need a bare minimum to get going. But I'm thinking of a low-ish budget approach, whereas we're going to spend a few divines on the weapon, nothing too crazy, before we like really go ham on crafting the top end weapon that we can potentially dot cap with. So we're going to see just to get a feel for how it would perform basically. Everything else aside the weapon, what's it called? Honestly would still be probably somewhat expensive because we still plan on getting the Crown of the Tyrant, but we could go for a Lear cast in the initial low-ish budget, save money there. Windscream is no-brainer. Gravebind is no-brainer. Gravebind with temporal chains is honestly not bad right now, but you know, won't it always be that cheap? I think last I checked it was like a divine. Speaking of which, I should have probably bought one. You never know how prices are gonna act. You really never know. And we are up roughly 10 levels from being able to actually equip a chains of command. But by then we should be at the end of the campaign. I also dropped envy for anger. No particular reason. No particular reason for dropping envy for anger, except I didn't want to recraft envy on my... I didn't want to recraft envy on the new weapon I switched to. I probably should, since it's a leveling weapon all the same. Like it, but realistically, this is gear I'm never using again. And I already crafted on the earlier one, so I don't know. November 15 will save us from my least favorite league mechanic yet. Really? You don't like King's March? What don't you like about King's March? Okay, y'all are kind of hurting. Y'all are chill and fire resistant, like cold and fire resistant. Just say no to my damage, why don't you? You know what, F it, let's get envy. Envy feels a lot better than anger. Just simply, they're both flat damage, but like envy is more flat damage. Probably because I just don't have anger leveled up. You know, it's still like level. My anger should be not the highest level. Yeah, level 9. Not the best. I never find this early. Can I click? Am I bugging? Bruh. I literally could not click this to save my life. Okay. Let's use Val. I love this Val anime weapon, by the way. It is so OP for leveling. It is insane. It's just it's kind of weak in the sense that unless once you use it, its soul game prevention period is insanely long. I don't get why it's so long. I low-key wanted to, and this would have ended up honestly in more DPS, but I low-key thought about using, you know, still chains of command, but then using a dagger just to have its devour soul game prevention or supported yada yada yada. So I would have basically it up at whenever I needed it, basically every other pack if need be. I'd have it basically every other um pack, because its soul game prevention would be very short, like 10 seconds or something, simply because I still have some increased skill effect duration. But anyways, I could have done something like that and have supported that with a squire, and that would have ended up with more DPS. But then I just felt like the socket pressure for a build like that would be insane, because then we'd be using two, basically two 8 links, right? It'd be, well, not two 8 links, it's gonna be a 6 link and an 8 link, yes. And this would obviously do really well, but I don't know. Not the biggest fan of that idea, because again, socket pressure. I don't like socket pressure. I don't know. I just wanted something more for maps. Maybe TLI spoiled me, and I feel like there's so much randomness in the shipping that the fact that there's no defined stuff yet is not that fun for me. I would say for the season mechanic, I don't mind the... This is my first time looking at this item. Oh, yeah. I said I was going to price check this. This is this cheap? Okay, never mind that. For me with King's March, I think I really enjoyed developing my town. I think that was very fun. How do I feel about it now, though? I don't mind it. It's a good season in my opinion, because the base game is good, and outside of my opinion, I think it's still a very decent league. King's March was good. Like if King's March goes core, I will definitely be probably specking into it, so long as it's not as gold hungry as it is now. I think with King's March, they should have reversed the, I guess, order of things that give you currency. It shouldn't be a thing you get during mapping, which is what you should be spamming, that should give you rewards, or it's that should give you rewards, not the thing that is passive. You know, I should get rewarded more for playing more by the league mechanic versus being rewarded the exact same as someone who doesn't play as much, because we're at the same end game of town and we both have farmers. Like, granted, maybe I have better farmers, so I gain more crop, and you know, that in turn, maybe you can look at it from that angle, or you can look at it from the angle of, you know, I could have map runners because I am playing more actively. So, but like stuff like the map runners, their cost is insane. Like, even for someone who plays a lot, do you know one big flaw creating this character has shown me? It's gold is such a problem. Like, I knew it would be a problem, but it's even worse than I thought, because trying to create this character, if I don't fully level you up in this very second and I have you in the campaign, within like a day, I'm out here thinking I should go get on my other character and just farm up some gold. Like, I've been sending, you see this spreadsheet I have for harvest, right? That one, I have been filling this slowly. Why? Because I basically have been playing that strategy while I am playing the main character. But I'm not right now. I'm trying to get this character up and running, but I can't really do that. So that's like one thing I would personally change. It feels a bit, I want to say, backwards. It feels a bit weird. Like that should not be a thing, you know? Yeah, like right now I haven't had map runners since, like, I think it was yesterday. I've just been trying to make sure my town is on basically econ mode, just so I don't have to play that one as much. And even then, once this one gets to town or gets to maps, I'm still gonna get through a period where it's like I'm still not making that much gold from it, you know? So I think King's March as a whole, my biggest problem with its implementation is that they made the upkeep too high. They made it too high maintenance, way too high maintenance for what it should be. When you come out from the ground, I'm going to use Val, and I'm going to blow you up from there. Yep, the character can do just, I realized that on my relic of the pact setup. Okay, let's just blow you up. Look at that damage once I pop out the Val. Just boom. Eldritch Relic of the pack setup. Oh, I can't do daily and T17s with this just bosses. I guess I reroll. Oh, you were trying. Oh yeah, you were trying to make it a bossing character. Bossing this field this season is also weird. Like anything that doesn't give you good gold, which feels like everything that's not mapping, is kind of in an awkward spot, and I don't think that's good for the game in terms of diversity. Like, you shouldn't get punished by the league mechanic because you decide to engage with Delve, or because you decide to engage with let's say heists, or you decide to to engage with blighted maps. Like there shouldn't be a league mechanic that actively punishes you for that. Past leagues haven't been like this. Last league, Necropolis, like, I don't remember. Were corpses a thing in Delve? I think they were. No, they weren't. No, they weren't. They were only in zones, right? I'm not bugging. You didn't have the whole interface in Delve, so you wouldn't actively get whatever. So I guess it's the same way it has always been, but the difference is this has time gating to it. I think that's the biggest difference. This has time gating, and because it has time gating, you want to always keep it up, and as such, if you can't maintain whatever it is while you're doing the other content, you're not going to want to do the other content.
There you are.
Of course you die. I said I was gonna use Envy, right? Envy is 8 war runes.
Use that to make some legends.
All right, let's drop Anger then. It's not like we plan on using the end game either way. Let me just resize this. Oh God. Which chat does not do good on a small window. So what we're going to do instead is, there you go. Kind of. Doesn't really work, but I have to do for now. Shout out to Diablo for the most mid reveal I've ever seen. Give information on stuff that we already know. Diablo. They only mentioned the I mean, it wasn't the worst reveal out there. It was for their companions, right? I'm not sure that was the best, thing to reveal like something like Gamescom. I personally would think you would go for, end game content, seeing as that has been the biggest pain point for players since launch. Pretty much there needs to be more end game, and they've acknowledged that this is the thing that people ask for the most. So that's what I would think they would focus on, but apparently not. They already announced mercenaries recently and raids. Yeah, I think I remember this being a thing. Where did they announce it? Because I feel like I knew this information, I just don't remember how I actually know that. With the Basilisk is not one of the bosses that has the top health bar. Interesting. Why? Because it's not in its own room. Once I finish with the campaign, do I just hop straight into Dori and Mahozoto? That is a question I should think about. Where did I plan on getting Mahozoto? I think it was here, right? Yeah, I think it was. No, tempered by what, rather? I guess I should lay the foundation for that. Yeah, I should. All right, let's start here. Multi-layer dungeon. Diablo will save us, definitely. Save the date, October. Vessel of Hatred will definitely save us. But for real, like, I hope it's fun. I'm someone who will have to. I'm gonna have to get it right, regardless of if I want to or not. But I don't think it's something where, well, at least I'm hoping it's something where I actually have fun with. I don't know how much I would enjoy the Spirit-born class, but it seemed interesting. And at least it has minion-esque playstyle with the poison variant. It looked like, maybe, I don't know.
When I'm ready and not before.
For me, the Spirit-born is a weird class that I'm not exactly sure why they chose, because it just feels like that's Druid but better. Am I wrong? Like, that's genuinely what the Spirit-born looked like to me. Like, this is Druid 2.0. It's what the Druid could have been, but we're going to call it Spirit-born instead, you know? That's kind of what it felt like to me. By doing this character has been so chill that I won't say I forgot, but I didn't feel the need to do ascendancies until I was in Act 7 and I had to do ascendancies for Leech. And I was like, okay, I blasted the first ascendancy and the second one. So I was unascended until Act 7. Now that's not good for efficiency, you know, because you're just leaving what is it, 10-20% more, I think it's 10% more damage on the table when for absolutely no goddamn reason. But hey, I didn't feel the need to. The moment I get Val, it's over for you. Well, over for whatever phasing stage you're at that point. Which do you think is better for Lingering Blades? EK of Lingering Blades or Bladefall? Most people use Bladefall for animate weapon, but seeing as this is what I've just been using since level 1, I'm still using it. I should probably try the other one though. Poor Garukan. Rob's malignant Meanwhile, Druid is summoning Poison Creeper just to do damage in early levels. Nah, Druid early is boring as shit. Like, I'll be very honest, as someone who I've tried to make Druid work multiple times, you know. I've tried my best. And I've tried to make it on like a minion-esque, you know, play style, because I wanted to make them work with companions. I want to make a companion build, It's so fucking boring. Like your creeper has like a 15-second cooldown, and it's your only real wave clear on a companion level. Your wolf does abysmal damage unless you use its active skill. Your crow is just non-existent pretty much unless you use its active ability. It's just a hot mess, and it's just fucking awkward, and like like I wanted it to work, but I couldn't even. I've tried it twice at this point, and both times I never made it to wall tier 3 because it's just like I'll probably be better off leveling as something else, like maybe landslide druid or whatever else is meta, and then switching later on. Well, again, like you know how I like to play. It has to be 0 to hero, or I'm not satisfied pretty much. If I went to endgame and respec, I don't feel like I had a journey with that character. I don't feel attached to that character. Like this character, I'm going to be somewhat attached to, seeing as I leveled it up, and I got to see like, oh, this is how the damage is at this level. I get to see where like the damage feels awkward. I get to, and even then I'm not going to be too attached to the character. And the reason I'm not going to be too attached is simply because of chains of commands required level for use is 70, so I don't even get to use the build until level 70, and I don't like that. Basically, I'm going to start using the builds and map, so it's going to feel barely not much different from, it's not going to feel much different from just rerolling a character. But that is why I'm leveling up reanimate weapons, because it's a skill I'm going to be using regardless. It's a skill I'm going to be using regardless. I'm just like, might as well. That way I feel closer to the build's identity even while leveling than I would otherwise, if that makes sense. Are there any cool animated weapon uniques in the meantime? I mean, I'm not out here dropping animate like what uniques to animate, but I will say I've gotten some cool ones, you know, as I've used my Val skill. Like there was a time in, I think it was Act 8, yes, Act 8, where I used Val animate weapon, and I got Kingmaker. And I know I got Kingmaker because everybody got, like, I got 1045. Everybody had this star under them. I was like, yeah, Kingmaker, let's go. It was kind of fun. She was actually kind of fun. So yeah, it actually just seems like it's just very random attack based uniques. But like, it's gonna work out for the build really well, because I'm going to be converting my physical damage to chaos damage regardless. Like, I'm going to be converting physical damage to chaos damage regardless. So regardless of the weapon I get, I'm going to be able to pull out some poison out of it, you know. Unless the weapon is purely elemental. I don't think there are too many unique weapons like that. It generates random uniques. I actually don't know the skill. Yeah, it generates random unique attack weapons. So the weapon has to be unique attack, so, and melee. But yeah, it's very random. My character is desynced. Okay, it's caught up. I spent a lot of time yesterday just trying to research if there's any rhyme or reason to the uniques, but people haven't really spoken about, I guess, Val animate weapons since it was released. Like, it hasn't been popular or anything. So do the weapons have to be your level? So animate weapon as a skill or as a whole has a minimum level of, or maximum level of weapon it can use. So as you level up the gem, it can use higher level weapons, and at level 20 it can use up to level weapons that require level 100. So every weapon in the game pretty much. So if I were to hover Val animate weapon, it chooses a random unique between level 28 and 70 because 70 is the current highest. But once I hit level 20, it's going to be any random unique. So think it could even potentially animate Void Forge. Now I think about it, like the sky is the limit. You know. Could do Void Forge, Hate Forge, whatever Forge. It could do Kingmaker, Choba Chiba. Well, Choba Chiba is a mace, or so not that. I guess it could. I think it could honestly do non-swords. It just has to be melee. So yes, Choba Chiba. I think there's some spicy uniques out there. And either way, you know what actually makes it very spicy? I'm going to show it after I'm done with this area. But I'll show you something I didn't know until I did more research into the skill on DB. And I saw a line that really piqued my interest. Speaking of which, I have a dead link here. Faster attacks, I guess it's not a dead link, but I'd rather have something else there. So I'm going to... But you see this damage? There's a reason it's that big. And keep in mind, I didn't have my animate weapons for that. It was purely Val. Anyways, let's pull this out and let's just go into PoEDB. There's a line here that makes it insane, and that is Val animates weapon. This line right here, Val animate weapon, this line. And this scales with level. This line is insane. And it's actually not that. It's not just this, because he also has more attack speed. And I think this is for the base weapon, because if you look here, this is for Val animate weapon. And it's like minions deal 150% of damage, like 50% X damage. And then by level 20 is 107. I guess it is accurate. It's 107% more damage. So that is an insane multiplier on what is probably an already good physical base. Or the line, it says minions deal 100 and up to like 50 to 107% more damage. So it's multiplicative. And minions have 0 to 30% more attack speed. So just by virtue of them being summoned, if they can in any way, shape, or form provide physical damage, then that goes through all my multipliers for minions, and then they have a 107% more damage on top of it. And then they still have the more attack speed, which is just scales really well with increased attack speed. You know? I didn't know it was a thing, but it is. And it's spicy. It is very, very spicy. So imagine you get something like a Void, one of the forged weapons, and it has 100% more damage. And then, of course, like in my case, I'm going to be using poison. So if I get the one that has full elemental damage, maybe I can't use that per se, because it's 100% to a random element, and it's not going to be on the base that I would need it to be to poison. So maybe that could be awkward for some bases, but for every other base that doesn't just innately convert all its physical damage to an element, it is going to be insane. There is also a universe, a slight universe, where I might consider using a war cry. Of course, I'm not liking the idea of using a war cry, so that is something I'm probably not going to do. But I cannot deny that war cries are strong. Yo, where's your real body? Dead. So yeah, the problem with this is just it has an insanely long soul game prevention, and you know, me having some skill effect duration doesn't help with that. Like, it's still on soul game prevention. Like 48 seconds is a long time, so it's something you basically use on the boss, and you forget it exists until the next like boss. The good thing is, unlike unique enemies, I mean, to be fair, once you have your chains of command, you shouldn't need to even use it to begin with. Because chains of command should be doing the heavy lifting, and then this is just supplemental damage for bosses. Or at least that's how it's going to play out.
My soul flows with dark energies.
Dead.
Time to show them what
Alright, now we're at 9.
Your quest well. Ready to go?
So I'm going to switch faster attacks to something else. And I'm also going to... What level is my AG? Oh fuck, I stopped leveling it. It's level 17, level 13. Requires level 56, which means it's a few levels down. That's unfortunate. I stopped leveling it because I gave it levels in the labyrinth, and then I couldn't equip it again to level it up. So I was like, I'm going to re-equip it when I can, and then I just forgot it exists because I wanted to level it up.
I am in need of your services once more. Help me.
when I'm ready and not before.
One thing I'm gonna miss with this build is just specters. I love specters, like I love it so much, but alas, there are other minions other than specters, and I've wanted to play around with the AG for a long while. So here's me playing around with an AG. Not to mention, I cannot wait for Explode. I like Explode AG too. So, oh god, game is making me do this. I don't want to be here. Let me pass through an actual path, please. Like, the wave clear of this build is going to literally be fixed easily by an AG, and not only is that, it's also going to settle any like I don't have to summon shit once he's here, unless it's like a unique or something that has like really big damage and yada yada. But like I said, we're going to be doing a more budget setup first, ideally something that's like ideally we're going to have a more budget setup at first, and we'll go from there. One thing I need to try, and this is a work for POB, so I'm going to open the POB now and I'm going to check this. I feel like I love the idea of mixing them together, Spectres and AG, but I don't want to be limited to either with a unique, and I don't want to be a Zoomancer. You see, that's just the thing. GGG says no. You can have nice things, because if you really want, well, I guess you can have a Spectre build that uses AG. They are good performing builds, at least as of a few seasons ago, that this was the case, where you would go like Hyrie's Watch Spectre as an example for your main DPS. Someone comes to mind. I don't remember. They're not really YouTubers. They're just on the Summoner Discord. They're just on the Summoner Discord, and they made this build. But let me see if I can find them. There we go. My YouTube remembers. So like, for example, this was back in Affliction though. Things have changed since then, but you can have something like this where your main DPS is still your specters, but you make use of like an AG. You can make use of like other minions, because back here they hadn't reworked Wraith Lord, so Wraith Lord was still shit. So you wouldn't run Wraith Lord pretty much. So Spectre builds were builds with were builds like this pretty much. So there was no unique helmets, there was no unique here that limited you. Was like almost all res. So we're going to skip the Wildwood. They didn't get too much dust, but this is what it would look like. They decided to go forward because they liked, if I remember correctly, they liked Hydra, and Hydra naturally forked. So it was a case of, you know, just kind of you just kind of want to go fork, and so instead of pierce, you're forking. But you can get decent. This was before T17 too, so I don't know how good this would be in T17, especially defensively. But offensively, you can potentially push a lot of damage with. And keep in mind, this is a very expensive budget, by the way. This is using a 12 link. This is using a proper 12 link weapon, with of course, obviously, would the POB isn't here. It's on the Discord, but it's like a weapon that has 40% damage plus 1 level to all socketed gems. What was the thing you would get 40% with? I don't remember. Why don't I remember? I have a POB like that. It is... I think in this case, it was early damage with attacks. Yeah, it was early damage with attacks, but this was grave crafted too. But yeah, you'd get something like early socketed by early damage with attacks, so you go like brutality if you wanted to go fizz, or if you wanted to go melee, you go, well, if you wanted to go melee, you go brutality or ruthless. For range, it's early damage with attacks, but it would be a weapon that looks pretty much like this. +1 to level of socketed gems. Socketed gems are supported by increased crits. By, I think they had increased crit and increased crit damage as 2 level 20 suffix supports, and then there was early damage with attacks and stuff like that. So like it was something like this alongside a squire, a 12 link setup, so that can be pricey to craft. But yeah, you can do something like this. It's not like it's oh fuck, I closed POB. I wanted POB something. Do I remember what on that POB? Yeah, on that POB envy versus hatred. But yeah, personally, I haven't run Zoomancer, but I don't. What's my block against Zoomancer? I have a block that prevents me from playing Zoomancer, and I can't remember what it is, but there's just something about it that I don't quite vibe with. Maybe it's the fact that it feels like there's just so many things happening at once. There is zero visibility. You're just chucking as many minions as you can in. Now, granted, there's it's strong and there's a reason it works, but I would rather have, like, I'm actually not like this. I don't mind having a lot of minions. I like having a lot of minions. Like in many games, the first thing I do when I access minions is get as many as I can, go in as I can. Right, that's typically my first step. But there's just a feel to it that I don't like. I don't know if it's because it's chaotic. I think it's that. It's just chaotic. I don't enjoy what I am seeing. The visual feedback I'm getting, I don't really enjoy it. And I think that honestly is largely due to Carrion Golem. Because with Carrion Golem's spike attack, there's a whole lot of bullshit happening. Then you have your what's it called? Your Crush Claw. Also a lot of bullshit happening with that one. You also have skeletons. Also a lot of bullshit happening. And you end up in this situation where you can't see what is happening. You just know things are dying. And I don't like that. I don't get the feeling that my minions are strong. I just get the feeling that my enemies are dying. Does that make sense? It's kind of like that. Like, I feel like endgame stuff can work with, but won't they suck mid game? You mean in a setup like that? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Let me think. How would they perform in the mid game? They'd perform okay, but before then, you'd probably go for a Zoomancer approach. You wouldn't rely on just them for damage. You'd go like Spectres and Zombies, for example. You'd mix both of them to get your primary DPS going, and then eventually, as you invest more, you phase out the other minions and you just really push the Spectres. That's typically how you would level it. Also, I kind of don't like the idea that every minion build that uses multiple minions for damage is now a Zoomancer. I think that's another thing. I don't like that idea either. Like, no, it's not a Zoomancer. It's just Spectres and Zombies. No, it's not a Zoomancer. I use Golem, I use Zombies, but it's not a Zoomancer. No. Like, I don't know. It's kind of like how in Diablo, any skill that I use is it Plagued Corpse Explosion, the black one, suddenly became Infinimist. And I'm like, no. This is not Infinimist. Infinimist tries to be as like permanent inside Blood Mist. This is not what this is. This is a Shadow DoT build that uses BCE. What's BCE again? What is the B? What does it be? No, Plagued is the one that makes it bigger, or B is, what does the B stand for? I don't remember. I just know it's BCA. Yeah, and that's why I think Ethan stuff always stood out to me. It felt like it had that feeling, just enough minions, but not enough to feel the impact. What do you mean? Like just enough minions to have an impact? Or you mean not too many minions, but just enough to feel the impact? Which, yeah, I can agree. It's like you want the right balance with number of minions and power of minions. And I'm a big believer of sometimes less is more. You know? So let's try something. I'm undecided on what my chess piece is gonna be. But if I put this here and I turn off Hatred as an example, and then I had to put my dagger, add craft, envy. So I think envy can be added here. And I save. That's 30 mil. But if I turn this off, and I turned you back on, yeah, Hatred is more DPS than Envy. So yeah, I thought I can confirm Hatred is way more DPS than Envy. So obviously we're going to go for Hatred.
When I'm ready and not before.
Frostbearers look like they have that feel too. Which feel? Like having impact? Yeah, I like Frostbearers. You really feel like you have this army that I like Frostbearers for a number of reasons. The biggest one is A, they can work on a budget. B, they can work on a budget. They have visually appealing damage, and they don't just clutter your screen with utter bullshit. Like, even if necrotic bones, for example, even if necrotic bones were as strong as what's your face, frostbearers, I don't think I'd have as much fun on necrotic bones as I would on frostbearers, because it's clean damage. I like clean damage. That's one thing I've also come to realize. I like clean damage. Like this one right now, I can see what is happening. I can see, okay, I can see how the damage is happening. I can see the bullshit around it. I can understand exactly what is going on. But the moment I go into territory where it's just like, it's like, even Forge Warriors are kind of like that. I didn't like them. Not only were they awkward, but when you get to a boss and you can't really see shit because all the guys are like at the bottom of the screen and blocking everything you could want to see. I don't like that. I really don't. So I'm going to slap this in here. Then I'm going to get this one and this one. Once I equip my AG, I should have endurance charges. Then I need to start working towards getting enduring composure. But yeah, but there is also like stuff I don't like about Forge Bearers, don't get me wrong. Forge Bearers are kind of annoying, especially when it comes to their AI. Because they have this thing where they have a flee mechanic, and any minion that has a flee mechanic is automatically kind of awkward to a degree, because you convocate them and the first thing you're going to do, because I like convocating mid-pack, like just straight up, I'm going to hurl myself into danger and I expect you to get me the fuck out of it. That's kind of how I play minion builds. I'm like, ah! Then I call them and they kill everything. That's kind of like how I enjoy playing it. And if they can't, you know, that's an issue. So once minions have a flee mechanic, what happens is they spend, once you get them in that situation, they can spend time moving away before the attack. Was aggressive a game changer for that? They're still going to use their flee mechanic. 100%, they'll still use it. But what aggressive does is when you have aggressive, instead of, if you're, let's say you're fighting something in this circle, before aggressive, you can only go maybe this far and they'll still be attacking. If you go any further, they'll pull back with you. But with aggressive, they're going to keep attacking even while you're here. They're going to keep attacking the circle. You can move around to here, they're still attacking the circle. But without aggressive, they will de-aggro. And of course, they will kind of aggro from further away. So let's say before they aggroed at the stairs, now they're going to aggro from here. But of course, I'm always moving faster than my minions, so that part doesn't really matter to me personally. But what does matter is that they keep fighting even when I'm dodging shit. So aggressive is big for their AI, I will say that. It's really nice for their AI. Rectifilers don't use aggressive nearly as well, I don't think. Rectifilers, what do I think about their aggressive? I think it barely does anything. They already attack things from pretty far away. They stay in combat for an impressive amount of time too. Is it just me or am I not leeching? Is it just me or am I not leeching as fast as I would think I should? Like, granted, I only have 7 animated weapons, but like, I would think it would count for more. Especially with how much damage I have right now. But I am leeching. It just doesn't feel like I'm instant leeching. Something about this character's leech just has not felt right to me. I don't know what it is. But something about it has been off. Maybe eventually I'll figure it out. But like, with instant leech, I shouldn't stay at that health for as long as I did. Like maybe it's just they take a while to travel. Maybe that's it. I don't know. Huh. And this is why I don't play. This is why I can't play hardcore. I refuse to. Because I mean, granted, if I was in hardcore, I'd be tankier than this, but like, that's dumb. That's very dumb. Shouldn't be a thing. But it is a thing. Where the game just yoinks you back to Lord knows where. And it's just like, yeah, deal with it. That's partly why I also clear as much as I do, even when I don't want to. Just so when the game inevitably does some shit, I'm not screwed by it. That's good water. Give me a second. I'm back. But yeah, I don't like stuff like that happening. But I think once I get to the chains of command portion of this build, I'm not going to feel that as much. Like, look, one way to tell when you're desynced is convocation. When you're convocating and it's happening behind you, it means there's lag between the client and the server. And if you go forward enough, it's going to yoink you back because you haven't actually gone that far. Like, it's probably going to yoink me back soon. Okay, now it's caught up. But yeah, if you ever notice you're convocating and they do convocate and it's just not where you are, odds are there's desync happening. Since we were able to get DoT cap on this build, on POB at least, I'm thinking it might be worth it to go for... Ow. To go Feeding Frenzy in the chess piece, simply because... You're dead. It might be worth it to go Feeding Frenzy in the chess piece because we don't need more damage. So having them be aggressive is big, you know? I think them being aggressive is going to be very, very, very good. The swords, that is. And not even these swords, the Chains of Command sword. What level am I? 63? Okay. I can basically skip this area. I find it very, very awkward. Let me see something. If I go in here and I checked Mahozoto's Machination, the required level for a Mahozoto's Machination is level 46. Alright? Keep that number in mind. What else am I using? Wraith Lord. The required level for a Wraith Lord is level 34. Keep that in mind. 34. What else can I think of that's a pretty strong unique? Pretty strong unique you can use. Mage Blood. The required level for a Mage Blood is level 44. Aye? Darkness Enthroned doesn't need levels. Nothing. It doesn't require levels. But you know what requires level fucking 70? Chains of Command. I don't understand what their logic behind that was, to be very honest with you. Like, I really don't. I wish I did. I don't. I do not. Okay, what is this lag? What are your resistance to chaos and wither? This should not matter.
I need more mana. When I'm ready and not before.
Praise drivers, I guess, are chaos slave drivers. I have to assume. Because they're using the same flame surge that slave drivers would use, except it looks like it's chaos damage instead. Conceptually, Reaper is so cool, by the way. Yes, it is. Conceptually. In practice, not so much. Not so much, my friend. Not so much. You know what? Before I get this endurance charge, which I probably should pick up sooner rather than later, I do want to... I want to get enduring composure just so I have better, reliable single targets. When are you gonna fly? I guess now. I wonder if there's a rhyme or reason with Vilenta's like this, where she throws the shit. I know this weapon. I know that stuff. I think it's sign of the Sin Eater or something like that. I think that's the name of this stuff. I think I got it recently. Feeding off your minions and stuff. Yes, I just wish Reaper doesn't have to feed off your minions though. It really doesn't. What is this sign? What is that? Did I ever make a build with it? No, I always found it too awkward. I tried. It was too awkward. My biggest thing with it was a lack of wave clear.
I fear I...
It was a very big lack of wave clear. I mean, to be fair, to be very fair, you technically can you can go for Blitzplode on the Gladiator if you were to go something like that, but then you'd be ZDPS. You could go for Blitzplode, you can go for I think the running tech was Asenat's, or Asenhat's as people like to call it. Asenat's Gentle Touch, because they would die, and of course because it's bleed it gets attributed to you, and then it will explode, and I think you could use that to chain explode. So that was how the meta for how people ran the Reaper, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
When I'm ready and not before.
But yeah, like that wasn't something I particularly wanted to do. If I had to say why, oh god, Golden Door. I think I know this exact layout too. You're gonna be here, and then you're gonna have me go down. Where's the door? There it is. How am I almost dying? I need better defenses. I need much better defenses. To be fair, I could be using a
must be a golden door.
Let me out! That moment when you've done lab 1 too many times, so you're starting to know the layouts. I feel like I should have gone right there, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, it doesn't matter. What are its strong points? Is it really good at single target? The Reaper gem's biggest strength is its activatable ability. When you press that button, things die. Like it does good base damage. It's a very strong skill. But then everything else is mediocre, kind of. So I won't say everything else. That's a bit over exaggerated. It's not mediocre, but it's not up to snuff because it's wave clear shit. So for single targets, you would press that button, and well, the bleed will do its thing, and then you press the button again, and then the bleed will do its thing, and of course, in the meantime, you're just letting it wail on the target. And you're probably maybe summoning skeletons for it to eat to give like a big DPS hits and stuff like that. So like its biggest strength is just, I guess, single target, but other minions do what it does, you know, for less. You can't run an AG with it, and I think that's been my biggest problem with it. I can't run, so whenever I want to try, I'm like, okay, how do I run supporting minions for this? The answer is you just don't. Anything you might want to use to supplement it just doesn't do what it wants to do.
Such resilience.
I had a feeling because they were blocking him that he didn't phase.
You are not an emperor if none will kneel before you.
Anyways, as I was saying, so yeah, you can't use an AG with it. You can't use realistically anything because not only does it make the thing that's with you do less damage or have less health, so it's squishier, it does less damage. So even if you were to use something like a dancing dervish that literally cannot be killed, it does less damage simply because the Reaper is there. AG would not survive it because it would just get eaten. Zombies would have you resummoning. You of course can't use something like Zombies of Fallen because those are temporary zombies that are only there while they are actively falling. You can't use Spectres. You can use support Spectres to try to buff its single target because to eat the Spectres. Overall, very awkward skill to use or to try to scale. I much prefer personally the Affliction Corpse, which is basically just Reaper but better. The Affliction Corpse, the perfect Reaper, it does everything the Reaper does except it doesn't eat other minions. It has a stacking bleed. Its bleed can stack up to 16 times. It can stack up to 16 times, but the problem with this is that 16 max is capped with, it's shared with other of the same specters pretty much. Like, look at how aggressive they are. I don't mind this. Like, I was able to move around and they just did their thing. I don't mind that at all. They are very aggressive. These guys, I don't remember how Chains of Command is. But anyways, as I was saying, the perfect Reaper is pretty good for what it does, you know. It doesn't eat other minions. It does the same abilities, except you don't get access to its activatable ability, and of course, because it's the Spectre gem. You can have multiple of them, solving the wave clear thing, because now you have numbers instead of just the one. But like I said, perfect Reapers share a bleed cap, so even if you had 4 of them, all they had to do was apply 4 bleeds and they would hit their 16 cap very quick, and then there's just no bonus damage. you know. But you could also run one normal Reaper, and the regular Reaper did not have this effect. So you could still have that one big bleed, as well as a bunch of 10 stack or 16 stack bleeds, if that makes sense. But yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think the Reaper is what... The Reaper Spectre is probably what someone Reaper should have been. It's still shit, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's a godsend with the Reaper archetype or, you know, some... It's still bad, it's just... It's better than the Reaper. Because you can support it. You can give it an AG to support its damage. You can give it... maybe golems to give it, like carrion golem gives it flat is. You can give it... I don't like how easy I am to stun. That's one thing I will say. I need an immutable force. I need an immutable force.
An aspirant can
But that's once I get to the...
must keep those.
Why do I still have this? I also need to switch one of my offensive, you know. I need to switch one of my offensive auras.
Leadership is a life sentence. The trap of tyranny is inescapable.
Yeah, you just had to. You gave me enough time to get my Val, and that was it. What do I want to do? Quality, I think, is more of a pain, but experience to my AG is just invaluable because that would mean I can use the gem I already have, and I can just quality him up regardless. I would like to get this for the chance to wither, but I will go for this one first. And the reason I'm going for this one is the early res. The early res would be good, would help me in respecking or, you know, completing the next lab and not being under cap and, you know, just general stuff like that. Because I need to get to level 70 before I really do anything else. And if I remember correctly, I can't do this one because I'm not up to the minimum. The minimum being level 65, I think. But if it's level 65, I can just run one blood aqueduct. 68, I knew it. Huh. I didn't know I could do that. And sending me to Act 3. So yeah, I'm like 4 levels away. I'm not going to blood aqueduct stat. So you just finish the campaign. But yeah, that's my take on the Reaper. It's going to be awkward to make work. Could you make it work? Maybe. You could. If I remember correctly, there is a content creator that messes around with Reaper named Previ, I think. I know he messes more with Bama, but I think he also messes around with this. I'll have to check. I'll check when I get somewhere safe, I guess. We could do that. Hatred is such a good aura, it's not even funny. Oi, Kitava. Come take this ass whooping. Here, the witch that does nothing but leap slam to you as the god of hunger.
I shall strike you down.
Not, and this is after this being a rematch, of course. I would be careful AF. Here it's silly. Like, are you not afraid? Why are you not afraid, my G?
I need more mana.
Ow. Like in moments like that, I'm like, yeah, the leech is definitely working. But then in other moments, it kind of feels awkward. I love the unique weapons. Can I recognize any of them? What is that? The life of having, what is it? Minus 60 something chaos res. Minus 22, never mind. I forgot I did take in the second one. About to become minus 52 chaos res. You're dead. Bonk it.
May a new dawn arise.
Is it that ironic that Sin is the good one? Splat.
It's a
Okay. Let me make sure Prevy is the one I know that does messes around with a lot of Reaper. Prevy. Yeah, Bama. This was even before Bama had bombarding area. Prevy was always on Bama. Well, not always, but it's been a while. Here, Reaper. Yeah. Okay. Endgame showcase. This is back in 3.21. So Tota? Crucible? I think this was Crucible. I think Crucible was my second league, right? Something like that.
Your absurd defiance ends here, hatchling.
I assume you can. You're here.
Disintegration, cleansing,
Is this Uber?
annihilation. Defiance of 1,000 suns.
Yeah, I think this is Uber or the Uber Exarch rather. The number of balls kind of matches. Yep. Eats everything. AG, Spectre, you name it, it's fucking hungry for it. So the Reaper is better for this than Spectres. Maybe because it's just the one. And it's not always following you. See, like, this is bullshit. How you just going to use like 3 different ball phases in the span of like 2 seconds? Like, how is that fair? Do I also think Uber Exarch is easier to dodge ball phase than regular Exarch for minions because the Minotaur is there? So there's also that, because I think that's why his Reaper is not fucking with him as much, because there's a Minotaur there distracting him. But yeah, I think he's using this for an ensnaring arrow or something for bleed. Like, he's doing decent damage, but just keep in mind this is probably very high budgets. Hunger. So yeah. Is there a mapping showcase? No mapping. So I guess this is the closest thing you would find to how it looks like mapping. So yeah, not the best, but I think even this is using Asenats. It looks like there's some explode to it at least. But yeah, that's a Reaper build.
Well, now that you won the day, time and tide.
By the for freedom.
Okay, slash passives. I should only be missing one. The answer is no, I am not missing one. I'm missing a few. It is not that I did not do the quest, I just didn't turn it in. I knew Act 9 I would need to go back to it because I still have the feather in my backpack. I also need to go to Act. Basically, every Act past 6 is owing me points. So I don't know why I thought that I was on top of my points when I really wasn't. Hargan is the person that asked me to kill Yugo, so give me my points.
Bring me back something nicer.
Okay, I need to use it again. And then I think it's either Besto or Tarkley. Or both, actually.
Stay sharp. Clearly, yeah.
I was missing 5 points. And the funny thing is, I already know how I path, so I know where all the quests are. Then this is the only one I need to still switch from. But I know where every single side quest that gives points is. I just forget to turn it in. Like, I genuinely just forget to turn it in. Okay. For this cluster jewel, well, we need to pick up a few things first. There's a mana moose. .8. What is 0.8 of a divine? 137C. Do you have change for 2? Change or two. So 0.2, I am expecting 34. Don't tell me I just bought a +7 when there's a perfectly good +9 there. Okay, I got the +9. All right. All right, that's fine. It's fine by me. Then let's just buy a cluster jewel, shall we? Large cluster jewel. On the cluster jewel, let's open POB for exactly what I want. Someone asked me for a change for a 25 for a 20 seat trade and I ignored it. Hey, yo, you got change? I got divine. You got 20. You got 100 and something C. Yo, that is wild. What I want to do, something I want to do is with this one. I want to switch Blessed Rebirth to Dread March. And I want to find spot a space for it. What am I selling? I don't know what I'm selling, but it's a 50 chaos amulet. Okay. Yo, the exact same thing just happened. I mean, I have changed, but like, what the fuck is going on? This is 50 something, so what is 0.3? God. Nah. Currency exchange? Like, my guy, you have access to that. Do the right thing and act justice. Yo, it is actually wild. Like, we're just it's blowing my mind that we're just saying, we just said the exact same thing as someone's like, hey, you see that thing you just mentioned? Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. Like, I have changed, don't get me wrong, but I was like, I'm looking at it like, look at this shit. Look at this shit. 50 chaos is 0.3 divines. So I have to give you 0.7 divines, 120 chaos for your 50 chaos buy. Like, what? Like, I don't even care about 50 chaos trade at that point. That's just wild. That's actually just freaking wild. Anyways, as we were saying before we got rudely interrupted, also had someone pay me 3.5 divine straight in chaos. It made me angry. I didn't put it up for chaos. Still took it, but I hovered over the accept button for so long. I mean, I feel like I wouldn't care in that situation. I would just spend the extra time to confirm that it was actually the right amount. You know? And now we have Dread March. The reason I wanted Dread March here is A, more PDR is nice, but B, and I think B is very important, I noticed that movement speed might actually be very, very, very needed on this skill. Like, unironically, I think we need a lot of movement speed. So what I'm going to do is, on my ring, I want to have some movement speed. I want to have minion movement speed. We're kind of overcapped on dexterity. Same with, I don't say same with Chaos Res, but not really Chaos Res, because with Chaos Res, we have to get this, and we solve Chaos Res largely. Where am I getting max res from, and what can I cut out? Purity of Fire is giving me... It can't just be giving me 4 max res. It's just 4? Nah. Then where do I get the remaining 90? That's not true. Oh, this is the AG. Oh, this is AG. AG doesn't have 90. I'm like, yo, that's not true. Yeah, I have my boots on the implicit +2. I have the trees giving me +4. Because I'm thinking Purity of Fire. If I can get this up to, like, let's say I do this and then I do this, right? That increases the aura to +5. Now, where's Purity of Fire? Are you a joke, my guy? Let me just confirm. Okay. I guess the person went to trade. Okay. I mean, I'm mad at that. The person didn't use currency exchange. They went to trade with someone. And I mean, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. But yeah, like I had changed it. I just felt like, why? That's a lot. Lol, volunteers for what? Who is Azure Mystic? And when did you join? I guess you... Who the fuck are you? We'll see. Probably some artist designer trying to get me to pay for shit. Like, no. The one where you craft the prefix +2 supports while you're still crafting the suffixes. Okay, back to POB. So I did that, and I would probably need a Purity of Fire. Where's Purity of Fire of level 1? But you are in my gloves. My gloves are Ooh, they are rare. So what we can do here, now that I see they are rare, I want to get movement speed for here. And it's 1 mil, so I think I can actually make do with that. Anyways, well, I guess no. Let's test it out first with move speed and see that we don't need it first, and then we'll go from there. Also, let's test blade fall before we continue. You can see how many things they are, right? I knew it. This is shit in comparison. Aren't these like... One, two, three. How many things? 5 volleys. So it's random. And it could be like 4. What's... But I need my luck. So somebody wants me to slam their ring with reflecting mist for some quote-unquote extra luck. So I guess we're gonna be slamming a reflective mist on some bone ring soon? Question mark? Maybe. No, I can't afford to. You need the slots. Double crafted suffixes? Question mark? Okay. Where were we? We would have needed Vixen's entrapment corrupted with +1 level of aura, +2 and maybe AoE. If we get something like this double corrupted, even if it's kind of expensive. Oh, so it leaves a blade in the ground for every volley, and right now I have 5 volleys, so it's going to always leave 5 blades. Is that it? Yo, it doesn't help that my hideout is so full right now, for lack of a better term. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. I assume there's a 5th one somewhere. One, two, three, four, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, 5 volleys, 1 blade. Whereas this one fires 6 projectiles. So just by default, it has 6 lingering blades. So yeah, I prefer this one to blade fall. I know why blade fall is showing on my loose filter. What do I know? I've tried to get just gems away, but oh shit. They hit it. Look at this shit. Look at this beautiful ring. And for context, this is for a popcorn build. So minion minus early res is huge. Reduced life would have been better, but like you can't complain at this point. Dude, that's strength. Yikes. That's strength. Increased life is insane for the Bama setup. Do you mean your increased life or their increased life? Because I think it's based off of your life. So you would need life yourself. And then in non-channeling skills went up to -10. Jesus Christ, that's good. Oh, they used their life for it. With Flesh Crafter. Does it Flesh Crafter just... How does that contribute to the damage? I'm confused. Minions convert this to ES per 1% they have. Chaos damage does not bypass minion ES. Faster this when minion... Yeah, it doesn't affect it from what I can tell. It's your ES that matters for the crafts. Okay, they don't have it for here. I guess it's just... It's locked to bow. So let's make a bow. I have a bow. I have a bow for testing purposes. Bro, can you just... You skill minion life to get more ES. That's why it's so strong. I think it double dips. From what I mean, you could be right about this. With this wording, it could use their ES. It could, but you could also use yours. And why I say this is, let's look at Ephemeral's edges. Okay. So there's one of two things here. This one says the player's maximum ES. It specifies player, and I know for a fact that this one scales off of your ES. But if that one scales off of the minion's ES, if that scales off the minion's ES, I mean, it's only Bama that can take advantage of it, because if I remember correctly, this is a bow exclusive. That's a bow exclusive enchant, right? Yeah, they use your bow. But like in a situation like Ephemeral's Edge, it uses your ES, but it also specifies player's ES. So that one doesn't specify player, and as such, it makes sense that it would use their ES, is what I'm saying. So yes, it does make sense that it would use their ES, and life scales their ES because of this node here. Bone Barrier gives them 40% of max life as ES, and this node gives them 20% of max life as ES. So basically they have 60% of max life as ES. And then you can still go... they aren't AGs. If AGs could use bows, then this could work, but it's a bow exclusive, so it can't work. He has 400 ES, then yeah, it works off of their ES then, since it says your, not player's ES. That's better than I expected, and the reason it's better than I expected is minions typically tend to have way more health than the player, so 5% of their ES is going to be way more than 5% of yours, to the extent you can scale your ES versus the extent you can scale their ES. Because every minion life node would give them big ES, and something like minion minion life just gives them 50% more life. So I think I did the math, and 50% more life is like, it's just 0.5 times 0.2. You get like 0.1 something percent more ES pretty much. It's 0.6 rather times 0.5. Yeah, it's like minion life support gem would give them 0.3, would give them 30% more ES from wherever they were. So 30% more ES, I guess I should also multiply that by 5%. .015 or 1.5 more flat damage, something like that. 1.5% more flat damage, if I'm doing the math correctly. If you recap their life further with Formless Inferno, by the way. So basically, he's just life stacking. Yeah. If you want a life stack, I actually have a build that life stacks minions pretty well. So though it's not Bama. It, of course, obviously wasn't. It was Sentinel RF, this guy right here. This guy got minion life to 194% more and 1,171% increased. So if you do this, you would definitely have a lot of health on your Obama. I mean, 1,000% increase. That's 10x. No, that's actually what, 11x. No, that's 12x your original life, something like that. And then you have almost 200% more on top of that. But then again, this is SRS of enormity, so like the first one doesn't actually count. This is the second one that counts, so 50% more. Is your SRS specific? No, there's no SRS specific anything here. Okay, but yeah, this is this was a pretty fun build. I'm especially proud of this setup. With this one, I get to ignore attributes, and I think this setup got me for like 320% increased minion life, because like increase life, increase life, increase life, increase life here. So there's 4 nodes of 80%, so that's 320% increase. I'm assuming he's using this, right? An elegant hubris, because if he's not, he's just leaving a bunch of damage on the table. And as a bonus point, you can also get one that has slumlords to then give you 80% increased damage in a single node. I don't think this one particularly has it, but yeah, I don't think this one has any slumlord nodes. I wasn't looking for slumlords, but I was looking for 4 axiom wardens. So there was that. There was hulking corpses, dread marches for movement speed and health, and then just getting minion life where I could. And then there are minion life tattoos you can get on int nodes, I believe. There's a lot of ways to do it. So yeah, that sounds like an interesting build. Where was that? What was I even doing? Oh yeah, I was seeing how far I could scale my basically the res I was getting from Purity of Fire to where I could drop something. I don't remember what exactly, but I was doing it so I could drop something and then save points, I think. So let's say I got AoE and I got aura gems. What would I be on then? I'd be on 6 max. Is this really 21 Purity of Fire? Yes, it is 6 max, huh? Interesting. So with 6 max, I think I can afford to drop 2 max fire res, and I think it's from here I would drop it, right? I would drop this node and I'd still be on 90, but if I drop this, I'd be on 89. Yeah, okay. So I mean, you could scale effects and technically get this to the point where you don't need this 1 point. And by saving that 1 point, you save a whole lot of... You can pick up other stuff on the tree that could enhance your defenses or offensives. Is this something I want to do, however? I mean, by saving these points, I use these points. But these points also contribute to damage. I would say it's not worth it. The problem is solving adequate defenses because you lose a lot with flesh crafter and stuff dedicated to minion life. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, you'd basically just not have any defenses because the biggest downside to Wraith Lord is you have to have a unique helmet, right? But you can compensate by having a rare chest piece that you get some face damage taken as X elements, and then you also get some potentially PDR on the chest piece. You get some mana reservation to fit more auras, yada yada. But then, like with this build, I'm using Chains of Command, which is unique chest, but I can use rare helmets and I can get mana reservation on there. I can get face damage taken as there. Sky's the limit, right? You know, yada yada. This you can do. But then with what you just said, Formless Inferno has the helmet slot. You can get face damage taken as from there. The chest slot goes to Flesh Crafter, so no bonuses from there. So you know what you're left with? No face damage taken as. Like, genuinely none. So then you're very limited on ways to scale it. But if it were me, if I were the one doing it, you know what I would do? I would, because I'm getting so much damage from my helmet and my chest piece and I can't not replace them, what I would do is I would replace my belt with a Tides of Time, and I'd work to getting 100% flask uptime to where these would always be up and I don't have to worry about the armor, because it also gives effects. I'm getting a lot of armor from my flasks, right? And not only that, you can then use something like a Progenesis as an example to make yourself tankier. You can use, I would basically go into like almost cheap, like basically cheap mage blood mode, where I have 100% uptime on Progenesis on any flask, even a single target. So I'm really relying on those flasks for my defenses, and they would help a lot when it comes to those defenses. That's kind of what I would do. Like, because Darkness Enthroned is nice for DPS and all, but you can't have your kick at 82. You spent these two key points on it. There's not much you can do in that regard. Face damage taking us is such a rare mod now that it's like it's practically non-existent. So then you just need PDR, and there aren't too many places where you can just get flat PDR. I would also try to stack. You know, one thing I found out that I could be doing. This has 2 to max fire res, but if it didn't, I found out that this mod exists. You see how this is Eta yada yada. If I were to create a new pair of boots, doesn't matter what, and I give it, I think it was the Warlord influence, you can give it maximum endurance charge, or this, I guess. You could get +1 max endurance charge, and you could go into endurance charge stacking. That could give you 6. Like, at that point with my current tree, I'd be at 6. If I'm at 6 endurance charges, I'm getting 24% PDR. With 24% PDR, I can make some other things work. So now the question for my current build is, do I want to give up, like do this, which takes my res down a bunch, to doing this to then get my rest 88%. Actually, no, let's just Control Z. It's one thing I'm not fully I don't fully understand is why my early max hit is on 38. I'm using endurance charges. I have 90 max res, but my early max hit is just 38k. I don't understand it entirely. I really don't understand why it's just 38k. Because when I look at let's say Frostbearer high budgets, my max hit is, my early max hit is much higher, but I only have this. If I were to turn off Immortal Core, which I think is inflating the number right now, it's still 42k. It's still higher than having 90 auras. Now, there is one thing I'm going to probably attribute it to, and that is 5800 ES pool. Maybe, just maybe, I'm giving up on so much life that is what is happening. I mean, we're 4200. That's like 1600 more life, but there aren't too many places where I can gain like really high amounts of life either. Like helmets, we don't have T1 life or anything. We could try to invest in T1 life, but like it's going to increase it, but I don't want to rely on getting perfect life. Leviathan Greaves, same thing. Bone Ring, I think Bone Ring actually settled for like much lower like life, just to make it realistic for crafting purposes. But you would want higher life on this area. But I think I need to get my life pool up. That's probably what is missing. But I don't fully know how I would do that, unless I had to give up points to then come here, because I feel like I'm at a stage where I have a lot of flats, and by getting increased, I'm going to just explode in the way of like just max hits, right? So I have more like max hits with this life and 87% fire res than I did with 90 all res and 4k life. So honestly, that might be something I do. Justice is served. To what? Are you talking about the person you ignored? Or did you just beat Zara again? Today's non-change half-ass. Lol. Oh yeah, don't save. Someone just messaged you for change again? I find it so awkward that people are doing that. And I can't for the life of me think about, you know, why. So let me see. Can I really save points anywhere? If I drop this node, I'd be dropping a whole bunch of max life. I don't want that. This is not effective max life. I don't like that. 585. I could technically do this. Drop here. try to get here. Drop this. This is 30% reduced crit. I don't want to drop that. Actually, I can. To be fair, I guess I can. And what I would just do is this 30% reduced crits, and this gives me life. I do lose chaos res, but I can make it up elsewhere. And now I just have 3 points to save. And that's too much GPS loss. I think that puts me at 19. No, I'm still at 100. Oh no, this is Animate Guardian. Animate Weapon is at 100, but what about Animate Guardian's weapon? 99. It's not the biggest impact, but it's there. And to be fair, I can also just do this. But I don't want to do that because I would lose mana regen, and mana regen is it's not the easiest stat to get, is all I can say. And now I just need to save 1 point from somewhere. A single point. Yeah, Mashi we're not using. I guess I could just save these points. And we'd be at 4,700. What do you mean I have no source of wither? Are you high? Like, no, for real, are you high? Why is that going? That don't make no sense. Does it not see we have unholy mites? Yeah, I have unholy mites. The fuck? I was like, why the hell are you not showing that? Anyways, where am I getting fire res from? I guess Giant Slayer helmet should have fire res as the one stats. So in this situation, max it is 39k. Slightly higher than it was before. Yeah, it made me change a lot to fit it. But if I were to just, you know, undo all the changes, I would even leave myself in 87 or 88 as the case may be. Keep that. This is because I lost Chaos Res. How did I lose Chaos Res? In any case, just undo everything. Okay, I saved that one. So yeah, cap 38k. Maybe I should try to get my life pool up. That'd be an easy way to increase my max hits. Which means sacrifice DPS for that. What is an easy way to sacrifice DPS for it? Because I heard, like, if once I use the Vow skill, my Vow animate weapons. Vow animate weapon. Oh, I don't know why that happened, but you see how I'm at 46 mil DPS. My poison DPS is actually higher than this. It's like 50 something mil. Or no, my total mil DPS is like 50 something mil, like 53 mil, and I think 5 mil poison DPS is being ignored when this is up. So because of that, I can actually afford to shave off some poison DPS because I'm so overcapped right now. I'm over DoT cap, right? So we can afford to let go of some DPS, not too much. And I say not too much because if we lose too much, then Claire is going to suffer, because I don't want, because right now with this setup, if we were to ignore everything else, we have 20 mil DPS. This is our Claire's DPS. This is the DPS we have while we're clearing the map, and this is fine. But on single targets, we're going to need the extra DPS from animate weapon or self-reflection and Vow. But we can't afford to like shave off a bit. So the question is where? Not here. We can't do anything about what we can do here, I guess. That saves a point, to which I think we can put here. Put there. The goal would then be to find an extra point to slap in here to get my life to 4,500 and max it up. Because I really do not want to get one shot by. I don't want to get one shot by what do you call it? By physical hits. So I really don't want this max it to be too low. But if I can get to like 5k life alongside my 5 endurance charges and my other sources of PDR like bone barrier, I can make it work. Well, I already get one shot by like 5k ES sometimes on T17s. How do you craft so many? Hmm. Peace 006. Thank you for the follow. How you doing? Another one to the list, but actually leveling a new character today. Oh, what you leveling? Banhammer strikes again. Pink. I can't cut out this entire area because its health would be counterproductive. I guess I could path Chaos Res. Chaos Res. I guess what I could do with my helmets is you could spam mana reservation until you hit Chaos Res of like T1 and just be overcapped. It's still not quite enough Chaos Res, so I think this is just mandatory. Unless you get a good Unato that actually has Chaos Res. Because like Chaos Res is here, Chaos Res is here, Chaos Res is here. Kind of don't have more spots for Chaos Res, my boy. Unless you want to go Amethyst Flask, but I don't want to rely on Flask for my res. 07 piece. 07. Yeah, I get tired of all these bots still. Like, they are actually annoying. Like, it's they have become more common, and I don't fully understand why. Well, I do, but it's annoying why. You know? Like, I don't want to have to deal with you. Why make me have to deal with you? Huh? Why? Tell me. Why? I feel like I'm very close to something. Oh yeah, if I get overcapped res there, I can then switch here to reduce damage from crits. And that puts me at even more life than I was at before. Yeah, I think this is fine. Is it more life? I lose 3% life, 5% life, so 8% life for 4% life, 8% life, 12% life. Way better. This is 3 and 5, so 8. And this is 8 and 4, so 12. Yeah, much better. Not to mention I also get 24% armor here, which is 20% armor, 10% armor, so that's 30% armor. So this is 24, 8. So I get more armor, I'm getting more life with just 2 points versus 3 here. Very economical. And then reduce damage. Okay. I can live with that. I can live with that. All right. Let's start speccing in game. I said I was gonna be more budget, so let's get a large cluster. I kind of don't want to get a 35-3 cluster just yet, but it needs passive life also. Let me just make sure. Yeah, okay, it works. Then increased effects, passive 35. What's up? Oh, that is funny. This person really loves crafting. Anyways, so we have life and we have increased effects. This is not bad in and of itself, right? I decided to slap for that person. Yeah, they love crafting. Like they spend a lot of money crafting for like really niche, really effective stuff. Like most recent crafts is, I don't know if you're on the summoner group and you already saw this, but like look at this. For a popcorn SRS type build, this is insane. Having minus 54 auras and then increased damage all on, you know, because, you know, Kalandra and everything. Of course it is. Like I said, there's so many bots. It's even bugging my Discord at this point. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go minion casts passive. Two divines for 33-1. 35-1 rather. This is a 35-3, but it has shit life. Let me just look through that 35-7s. How expensive are they? This is an 8. I don't really care about lightning res. This is a 9. Don't care about int. My character doesn't have to be smart. If it was Dex, you know, that'd be a different case, but it's not. This is a 3, it's a 10, it's a 35, and it's 10 divines. Comes with strength though. I guess with strength, I can also reallocate those nodes into something else if I don't need the strength. But strength is also life to a degree. With that one effect, I would never actually need. F it, I'm going for it. If they sell it to me for 10D, I'll take it. Big if. Okay, they did. All right, cool. Cool. 10, 35, 3 strength. Cool. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. 12 passives too. God damn. Requires level 67. We aren't too far from it, but this is a good place to be. I guess let's do this, and for now let's do this. Then let's pick up a passives, radius, chaos, res. A light of meaning. Basically 6 divines. Can these be corrupted to have something good? Change for 6 divines. I mean, it's 0.1, so thank you. I didn't even check. My bad. Thank you. Is it really 20C for 0.1? Or did he just chuck 20C in there to call it a day? Yeah, just chuck 20C. It's 17. But at least it's not too different. Alright, so we have some chaos res now. At least we're not too squishy in that regard. Then what else are we missing? We're missing some actual res. Oh, this can go in the grinder then. Okay. One thing I actually want to make something I want to do here is I would like a Vixen's Entrapment to be corrupted with at least +2 to aura gems. This should be easy to find and fucking cheap. Then something else that's going to be cheap is picking up a... Where's my chess piece? Am I blind? I must be. God damn. God damn, man. I'm blind. I can't see... Oh, it was just the first thing. Corrupt this one with... There are two things we could take here. Reduced chaos damage or reduced fire damage. Chaos increases my health pool by a lot more than reduced fire damage taken. And then we also have the option of going for socketed gems, which, well, just improves every single... What do you call it? It improves every single support gem, and as such, it makes my chains of command do more damage. Let's cancel that. Don't add it yet. What I will be going to the market for right now should be much cheaper, and it's the defensive option, which is 50% reduce extra damage from crits, bringing our total to 80% reduce extra damage from crits. We could go for more DPS, but like I said, we can actually just go for more defensives at this point. We can also just fill up the remaining points with chaos res and reduce crits. I think we're already ailment immune, so we don't have to worry about that. Is there something I can do? Wait a second. Think. If I supplement chaos res on here, i.e. drop this one for chaos res, I can pick up chaos res tattoos for storyteller. I can spare a whole bunch of intelligence, so just keep picking up Inekora storytellers. Make sure I don't fall under the requirements, but I think my requirement for int in this build should be... The requirements for ints... I may have just wasted my money, by the way. But we'll see. The requirements for ints should be 155. So long as I do not fall below that, I'm chilling. We don't care too much about this number either. Like, this number is nice, but we don't care too much for it. And you see, there's actually a reason for this madness in a bit. But if I can do this, we're capped on chaos res, right? Yes. We are. This involves chaos rest everywhere, so this is like end game shit. But if I were to do that, then I could, in theory, switch my light of meaning to be something else entirely, like life. Where is the light of meaning? I can then go for like life on it. That would increase my health pool by 100. That was kind of anticlimactic. Okay, yeah, I'm not using these nodes anymore, but like, goddamn. I guess it is only these four. This 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's these 9 nodes, maybe 10, if we're lucky, that are giving me the life where I could add 3 and get 15 extra life, but okay, so it is applying it. It is so weird how little health it adds. I don't get it. How is this increasing my life? Is it because of levels? Is that it? Oh, it is. It's because of levels. That's why it was reducing my life. Okay. If light of meaning is then underwhelming, we can, if we get a large ring, we can pick up this pretty easily, and I think we can pick this up. Might be able to pick. No, I think that's too far. Can't pick this one up. Like I was looking at Thread of Hope angles. Do we have immutable force already? No. Yes, we do. We can pick up a Watcher's Eye. That's what we can do. We can then use a Watcher's Eye in there with determination. Not reflected. PDR. And then we just don't care about this one. We're using hatred. We don't care about that one. We're not using haste. We're using a malevolent, so maybe unaffected. Yeah, unaffected by bleeding or poison. I already have anti-bleed in the way of, like, I have so many gems I could easily get anti-bleed, or I could get anti-poison. I have no source of poison mitigating except my chaos res, so like something like this would be decent. Maximize life. Only thing we care about really is PDR, and then throw that in there. PDR phase max, it just is at 13k. I think I'm happy with it. I think I'm happy with 13k, because this is again without flasks or defensives, right? Moment I slap on defensives, we're looking at this 16k there and $24k here. Yeah, molten shell is big for my early max hits. But yeah, then we have 24k here, and that I think is doable, especially with how much damage we're doing. But flask will probably be off, so I'm trying to picture boss fights, and specifically T17 boss fights here. That's really what it comes down to with this number. And you can't even simulate T17 bosses here because of just how varied the mods could be on the T17 map. And then with the extra strength, is there any interesting tattoos I could get? Could go for a chance to avoid bleeding to become bleed immune. I could go for fire res if I ever fall below. Could choose not to go storm shroud, but rather fire fire song and then just stack 10 of these, but I don't think I have enough strength to do that. I think at the end of the day, guard skill duration is probably what I'm going to go for, or increased armor. I guess I'll see how much increased armor helps my EDR. So 10% increased it by not too much. 13k 300. 13k. So it increased by about 100. But each one should increase it by more than the last. Simply because, well, we're going a lot of armor gear. So like armor, helmet, and boots. This doesn't have armor. This has armor. You know. You know, I've never noticed that animate guardian deals 5% increased damage per animate weapon line. Interesting. Interesting. But yeah, I'm thinking increased guard duration is probably the way to go. And on that note, because wait a fucking second. We are relying on AG primarily for endurance charges. Because there's no small cluster jewel here. Not sure how I feel about that. I could put immutable force in here. Put because I was thinking of running immortal call, but at the same time, like I had immortal call on the other character, and I'll just scale duration, but I don't know how I feel about enduring call versus steel skin, or immortal call rather. With 5 endurance charges, it has really good uptime, but does it really? 16% life. I would love to take this note, to be honest, but I need this, unless I don't, because int I still can spare like 3 points, get like 15% anti-crits, but then get my 80%, so realistically I should spend those 3 to get to like 95%. What if I just get increased mana regen? It seems unimportant, but it could legit be the difference between pulling my hair out or not. Let me try. See how much it helps. 56. $60 a second. So this means I can cast, and then with the last one we just go reduce extra damage from crits to round out to 85% reduce damage from crits. And then we can't go below this because 157. Spectral Wolves leveling is bliss. I agree. Well, I don't fully agree, simply, but that's not because it isn't strong. It's more because I like what I like. But yeah, it's insanely strong. Stupidly strong. But yeah, I think strength just at the end of the day goes either towards. I think at the end of the day it either goes towards chance to avoid bleeding, which honestly should be something I strive for. So just get all the chance to avoid bleedings. But I also don't like the idea of losing strength simply because it also accounts for some flat life. 10 strength is how much flat life again? I think it was like half of that, so 10 strength should be 5 life. Yeah, 10 strength is 5 flat life. So to lose like 100 is losing 50 flat life, which is the equivalent of this this note is less. This is 30. It's the equivalent of what this mastery used to be, for context. It's a lot. Now it's not increased max life, because then that would hurt extra, but you know. I think I'm going to go for reduced extra damage from crits here. I would have loved to get reduced chaos damage, but I don't think I can. Chains of command. Let's see. Reduce extra damage from crits. Reduce chaos implicit. And socketed level implicit. And then we change this to a count and see if there's any combination of these two out there. Nothing. Okay. Let's start reduce damage. That's 40C. Okay, not bad, not bad. Use the base percentile. 1 divine. Okay, cool. Let's try the next one. Reduce chaos damage. This should also be a good increase. This is not a flat amount, so it would have to be 6%. So I guess I should. If only it was socketed gems. I guess I should put 6 here. Minimum 6. And we go percentile. Isn't bad. 100 percentile. Not bad. Not bad at all. Then, what about you? Level of socketed gem. You're expensive. As expected. Base percentile. 1 divine for this one, though its max life is quite shite. It's 18 divines, so def no. 100 divines. Life is also shite. 100. For something with decent life, like 80 plus, like you are fine. Like this, I could invest in since it's 3. I don't plan on using level of socketed curse, so like, well, you have life and you have levels, so like this would be the best one for offense. But yeah, let's get our crits. Worst case scenario, we upgrade to socketed gem, but starting out this is fine. We'll find one that has good max life and a good percentile. I guess good percentile is a stretch. The best max life here is 79. And it's 1 divine. I'll just pick this one. Worst case scenario, I think I might eventually change it, but for now, this is fine. Then we're gonna 6-link it. No. Did I see Ketlas or Salgur?
Come on in.
Yeah, Ketlas or Salgur. Lol. That's an interesting name. All right, so let's do... I don't know if this works. I have to assume it doesn't. But you never know. Where's tainted currency? Should be here, right? Tainted Jula orbs. I wanna buy maybe 20 chaos worth. Please work. I knew it wouldn't. Does it specify none? No, it doesn't. Okay, so how many do I need to 6-socket it? Something tells me a bunch. I'm going to need Val orbs and a whole bunch of them. How many can I get for a divine? 300. Yikes, I need 15k gold. Oh god. I promise y'all I will return the money at some point. So it's 1 divine, so 6 sockets, a Val item. Jesus Christ, man. And for 6 linking it. Oh, holy shit. Holy effing shit. But you know the funny thing? It's very close to what we need in the way of like colors. We need 3 blues, 3... We need any combination, 3 blues, 3 reds, or 1 green. Probably 1 green is mandatory. So we don't need more than 1 green. Jesus Christ, man. I'm gonna need 5 divines worth of Val orbs. Oh yeah, you just reminded me. Tainted fusions are a thing. Thank you. Much appreciated. Tainted fusions. Take 1 divine's worth. And I do need some Vals, I think. Take a Val orb. 380. Jesus Christ, man. The gold costs are so bad. I will make it up to y'all eventually. I promise. I hope. Okay. So now I just need to 5-socket it, right? Oh, I need to 4-socket it rather. What is wrong with me and this 4-link it? That was much cheaper, to be honest. 4-link sockets. Six-link. You saved me a whole lot of money. Thank you. I forgot. Like, I don't know how it slipped my mind, but it did. And I would have felt dumb after I was done. Like, completely stupid. Anyways, next up we just need to... Didn't I say 3 blues, 3 reds? I have that. 2 blues, 3 reds, and then the amulet can just take up the spot of a blue. So this is where this would go in. In the meantime, let's drop faster attacks because it's not necessary. And let's craft a very cheap version of the sword. So how are we going to craft it? First, we need to find the base, which is a pneumatic dagger. Then we need to go to the other character and pick up my darkness enthroned, which wrong character. Very wrong character, but I plan on getting a pneumatic dagger. Pneumatics cost 70. What is the non-pneumatic dagger? Dagger. It is called a pressurized dagger. So this is going to be the very cheap version. I'm going to probably use this until, like, even when our AG gets up and running. So this is practically going to be a trading stream. Like, when I say that, I actually mean it's going to be a trading stream. So I'm going to do a whole bunch of trading right now. How overcapped is my anime guardian on chaos res? Jesus, 25. Okay. No need then. I can just go for the one divine one that's AFK. If he accepts or if he answers. If he doesn't, I'm gonna just pick up one. This guy is 2 divines, but it has really good base percentile and stats on it, so I'm gonna pick up 2 divines. So that settles my Gravebind for my AG. I never need to replace that. So long as he doesn't die, he's chilling. I'll also need to craft an explode chest. So there's that. Yeah, we're going to... Gearing up this AG is gonna be fun. Like, actually fun. I'm not even being sarcastic or anything. It's actually gonna be fun. So the crafting process of using the cheaper weapon before we then go to the more expensive weapon, that might be cancer. Well, all for science. I just hope it never, like, replaces my shield, because I want to give him a replica Victorious. Where you are, man? There you go. I went with corrupted, reduced damage from crits, which is fine. But isn't there max endurance charges on here? No. Okay then. That's what I'm gonna go with. Reduce damage from crits, because there are very few sources of ways to reduce crits from minions, And if I can just make sure he doesn't eat like big crits, like we're already in a much better spot. And he's obviously going to have endurance charges. So let's do that. Like I was checking for, let's look for pressurized daggers. I want to see how they perform. Eye level, I guess, matters, but not too much. I also changed the... I changed one of the crafting steps. So instead of spamming essence of contempt, now I'm going to be spamming essence of fear, because getting increased minion damage is just better for the build. It helps chains of command and it helps them too. It's like, why not, you know? So we're going to spam while we're doing this and going through trade hell. Divine essences, fear, bruh. Okay, 1, 7. Okay. Is the first? Is this DoT? Tachi? I'm not waste your time. I know. It's fine. What an honest lad. So AG gear we're gonna slap there. We need to craft you, so we'll just put you in here. And oh, this is my... I've been on my main character all this time. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna hop on a side character and do shit. It's on this guy. I needed to dump this. It's in 99% darkness enthroned. That is an absolute waste on this character. Honestly, the gear in this character is not a waste though. Maybe the chest piece is. I could sell it. It's fully crafted. The shield, I'm not gonna use it. The ring has chaos res. I don't need cold res. This is also, well, I'm using unique. Basically, I can barely use anything in this build, but this I can use. So let's switch. One divine, fear deafenings. I guess I just buy this 75 because that's all I can afford to. So let's try. So I guess we just go for increased fizz. Yeah, like this. Except maybe not tier 5, but this is the budget version, so I'm not going to be too nitpicky about it. Prefixes cannot be changed. I think it's reforge fire. Fail it, so have to do it again. I mean, we still have suffixes, so. And to be fair, we can still fail it. Reason we can still fail it is we can just remove the suffix and put it again. This is 4 divines. Reforge fire. Bruh. Oh yeah, my bad. You already filled the suffixes or the prefixes. It gave you added fizz, whatever. Not ideal, but honestly not bad. I would set 2 divines there. Didn't need to, so 2 divines is fine. Now I need speed. I need to reforge speed. So this should be realistically the second time I type prefixes. So this should be 4 divine craft at this point. Reforge speed. Oh god. We got 6% attack speed. So the budget weapon is easily costing 10 divines though. So not a cheap option. Okay. I can live with 12. Then from this point on, we can't get minion attack cast speed. Wait a second. Why am I dumb? I'm dumb. This costs 2 divines. Four divines. Four divines. Use the essences for your prefixes. Lock, reforge for the 3rd prefix. Lock, scour, can have up to 3. So that is 1 lock to add, 1 lock to scour. So that's 4 divines, and then can have up to 3. So that's 6 divines. You're done with your craft. I'm dumb. I could have just done this. Much cheaper. Give me a second. Okay, I'm back. But yeah, 6 divines, you have this weapon. So, Arcane, look at it. Like, this is actually a very budget weapon. all things considered, at least. And it does everything you would need it to do. It just has a suffix you can't do anything with. Then the high budget version is the one where you try to veil the minion attack cast speed, and it would also have attack speed as a suffix, and then you just craft trigger. Kind of the same method, just more expensive because of veiled orbs. Okay, we're done with that. And then we can also make one for the AG that exact same way. We buy the dagger base, we finish prefixes, put in suffixes, boom, we're done. Actually, no. Yes, actually, it's the exact same way. In before 6D for budget weapon comment. I mean, this is not a league starter. It is not. Anything that has you buying stuff for your build to even function is not the league starter. If your AG dies, it's gone. Like if your AG dies, you do not have a functional build anymore. I never claimed this was a league starter. You can also just mirror the weapon for the AG. I mean, you can technically. So I have to level up one more time to use this weapon. So we're gonna do that. And we're also gonna pick up a Mahozoto. I'm thinking. Yeah. We're gonna do that. Let's level up one more time. It should be very straightforward. Just go to Blood Aqueduct and do our thing. But yeah, this is not going to be a cheap build. It's going to be something that has like more, but when I say budget, I mean if you just want to test it out, see if the playstyle is for you, this is what you do. Because it wouldn't make sense if you had to invest let's say how many divines. If you had to invest 30, 50 divines just to see if the build is for you, and then you spend that money and you're like, nah, it's not for me, I don't like it. But you spend 50 divines, my guy. It's like me and the last build. I easily spent 50 divines on my chest piece alone. Worth it? Nah. But I did. Now we have the unique weapons to blow stuff up with. It's just outrageous just how long that duration, the lockout period is. Like every single time I think about it, it's like it just blows my mind just how outrageous it is. Like really? It's practically a minute. No chaos orb left behind. It's a whole minute where you cannot use a freaking your vow skill. Like it is genuinely only something you touch on bosses. And you can imagine once I get my explode chests, my clear is gonna feel so good. We're gonna try to get everything done tonight, and we'll see. Fingers crossed. We have some leveling to do, but leveling can wait until I have everything set up. I'll also try to make my Aegis gear soon. So, what do I want to use as? At least arcane. At least I'm not out here saying we should put the Valcraft for a budget build, because we can't. If I could, I would have, but we can't use the Valcraft because the Valcraft is for socketed, and I don't plan on socketing shit here unless I want to use a Squire, and I don't plan on using Squire, so you know, it is what it is. If I could, I would have. If I could, I would. But instead, what we're going to do is I want to run. This is War Rune and Sun Rune. This is not bad, especially now. Chaotic Minds is Fizz as extra chaos, and until I have my AG, we don't really have anything stealing kills, but What about 10% chance of poison? It's war runes. I mean, I have enough, but eh. Eh. So for this thing in particular, can I afford to not save? I don't think I can. So let's adjust my dagger and let's do the enchantment for minion damage. Minion damage craft. This is honestly the best craft for this build, so I'll go with that. It's a shame, but I'll go with it. This weapon I see myself using until I craft the main one, so I'll just go for the highest one. Cool, and then
Could really use more
Why, hello.
At the moment, we're idle.
shut the fuck up. We'll get to disenchanting in a moment. Desecrate is going to be here. Flesh offering is going to be here. So he needs 1 green, and I think life tap is also going to support them. Alternatively, yeah, something like this. Then we're obviously going to quality it up. Boom, boom. There goes my life slam, or leap slam rather.
Angular momentum.
Ray Spectre is not going to be used anymore, so y'all can take this spot. Leap slam, animate guardian. Animate guardian should still be in my links to get leveled. I guess for now we'll leave you in here, huh? Where's my second aura? What are my auras in this build? I go determination. I go malevolence. So until I get my charisma, no malevolence for me, I guess. No, I don't go malevolence. I remove malevolence. I go determination, purity of fire. So I guess I should go my shield now. It's a good spot to go to buy the shield. So let's buy the shield. Mahozoto should be going for pretty cheap right now. Mahozoto's machination. Jesus Christ, it's 5 chaos? Okay then, what is a good corruption for you? It is dirt cheap out in these streets. We don't care about block. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? We can save a point from this. Or we can get determination. If we get determination on the shield, where is our determination currently? Here, right? It's determination, purity of fire. But if I remove this gem, then purity of fire, despair. Oh, despair stays in the gloves because it's triggered, but purity of fire can go to the shield alongside having determination in there. I can slot in it. Yeah. Enlighten doesn't do much for me, but I could slot in an enlighten, and that would support both skills. Or I could just save as a freaking socket. What can I do with an extra socket? What can I do with an extra socket? Let me see. Warcry. I could use a Warcry. The question is, if I want to use a Warcry, which ones? I don't think I would, because I would need to use urgent orders and then Warcry. And I don't plan on doing any of that. Fizz as extra would be huge DPS. Yeah, Infernal Cry sounds nuts. People have been using Rallying Cry. Let's see. Added AD equal to 4% of damage of your weapon's main hand weapon per 5 power. So they just get free. Is this 20%? Because this is 6, right? 6. So 24% extra base added attack damage. But then it's 100% more effect on minions. So instead of 24, it's 48. So if I just throw this in there, by using Warcry, that's 2 mil DPS easy. I know it's 2.5 mil DPS. Scratch that. That's wild. I don't particularly like Cry gameplay, but it could be worth looking into simply because, I mean, we're not using malevolence, right? So these are our links. Despair is going to be here regardless. We can leave Bladefall in here. But if I get determination, but I kind of just want to get. So the question now is, and honestly, it's not a fair comparison. They killed my favorite unique. What's your favorite unique? You mean a Mahozotto? If I can save this point, so I instead get this from the shield, I can honestly still use this point and just save all the tattoos. But I could remove this point and use the extra point elsewhere. Points are very, very good for me. But a gem socket holds more power than a point. If it's 1-to-1, a gem socket will win every time. So long as there's something I can do with it. So what are the, I guess what I should figure out are what are the buttons we need to press in this build currently. It's going to be like my other build. So it has shield charge. It has convocation. It has frost. Where's frostblink? Does it even have frostblink? It has curse. Doesn't have frostblink, I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't have frostblink. So if I had to free up a gem socket, it will probably go to frostblink, which is kind of underwhelming. A little underwhelming if you ask me. But the alternative is not using life tap for flesh offering and then having to deal with a mana cost that's on a trigger of 66. That's half of my mana, which means when I'm trying to maybe cast out my spells, it's going to be triggering. But I have clarity, so it might not be too bad. It might not be too bad. I have clarity. Because if I remove life tap and I remove determination, and it's a level 23 determination, so it's a really good determination. If I remove those two things, then I get 2 gem sockets. With 2 gem sockets, I can put a war cry and urgent cry. I could put frostblink. I could put Valhaze. No, Valhaze. Valhaze would compete to animate weapon. I don't want that. Yeah, I guess Warcry, Urgent Cry will probably be the best. But let me see. What are the buttons I have to spam? I'm going to go through the list and I'm going to see. Yeah, Mahozotto is a very interesting unique. I like it. And as for killing it, I mean, it still works for minions, so I mean, I can't relate, but yeah, I get you. It's now awkward for non-melee minion builds essentially, because it's like, I think you only heal from what's it called? Leech, and does it say it ignores non-instant leech as not melee, or does it say melee leech is instant? I don't remember what the wording is. You can't regen outside of leech, so you can't use a health pot. I think that's the thing. I think that might be the line or something like that. I don't remember. Anyways, things you need to spam. That would be the curse, which is penance mark, which would then trigger despair. You need to cast shield charge, convocation. Shield charge is, you know, whatever. Convocation is, you know, cool. I don't pay any mind to any of those. That's about it. So basically, we don't have a Val. Well, we have Val animate weapon, so there's that. So that's a best weapon. We need to. That's something we need to also take into consideration. So we have this. We have regular animate weapon, which would be on the right click. We have convocation on W. If we put frost blink, it'd be here, but currently there's no frost blink. I kind of want to go off of the fact that there's no frost blink and just make it work, but I kind of think we will need frost blink or flame dash. So E is going to be shield charge. R is curse as usual. F is nothing. F is actually nothing. So if F is nothing, then in theory, we get to a boss, we can just war cry. Just rallying cry. And that would give big DPS. So you'd curse, you would cry, and you get to do whatever after that. How long does the war cry last?
But the angular momentum.
Right. There are also other cries I want to look at. Intimidating cry. Are you good? No. There is a war cry somewhere. Oh. It was showing me the thing for rallying cry. And the enduring cry is just endurance charge, but I wouldn't want to do that. I'd want a cry I can ignore. So it's either Infernal Cry or Rallying Cry. I guess we'll try Infernal Cry. Rallying Cry is more DPS. Cry gameplay, OP. I really don't like Cry gameplay. I'm gonna be real, but I mean, if for the sake of one button, we just gain 2.5 mil DPS at this point, and this is ignoring, of course, this guy, which then goes up to 48 mil versus 47. So that's 1 mil hit DPS was just gained simply by adding rallying cry into the mix. I think it's kind of worth it for that one button. So you get to a boss, you drop your animate weapon. Oh no! I'm forgetting something important. I'm forgetting Ethereal Knives of Lingering Blades. So what you would have to do is you'd have to spam this for all the animate weapons. You would have to use this into this. You'd have to curse, then you'd have to cry. That's a lot. That's a big checklist. Now it's big damage, but that's a big check. It's a long checklist, you know. So what do we do? What's the point of auto exertion? That's my question. It's useless, in my opinion. Skill mana reservation, total cost of their mana reservation or supported skill and cannot be modified further. They do not grant buff or charges to you or allies. So what is the point? Is it to make them explode? What is the point of auto exertion? So basically you'd use auto exertion to use a cry that would then exert your attacks to then... They made it so niche, it's very annoying. But yeah, we're going to stay away from rallying cry. I'm going to leave it in here so I remember it's a thing. I'm going to leave it in here just unticked so I remember it's a thing, and hopefully I remember to remove it or not. But anyways, we're going to go determination. It just makes sense. Which means we can remove this determination. Now, I mean, it doesn't really matter where it is, so long as there's determination. I'll leave the anti-crit here. I think I'm okay with this setup. It also gives us more armor, so I can't complain. So yeah, Mahuzotil, determination, implicit. There's nothing? Oh, geez. So if there's nothing for that corrupt, how can there be nothing for the corrupts? Jeez. Like, absolutely nothing? That's wild. I guess I either go for even more crits, save my tattoos for more chaos res, or for... what were the options? There was chaos res. There was mana regen. True. So yes, if I went for anti-crits, I would either save the tattoos or I'd save the points here and put it somewhere else. I think I'd go for saving the points. What is in here? I have clarity, shield charge, and something else in here. Convocation. I could try to give something levels, like auras, but I really don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I don't need block. I mean, max life is good.
Come on, Ayla. Think it.
If I have nothing better to do with that point, max life is good. Yes, 6% max life. It's still like decent life. Like at the end of the day. Why does my max it look like it went down? What did I do? Oh, I know what I did. I didn't get determination shield and I removed determination. That's what I did. I was like, why does my max it look low? So yeah, the tech is dead in the water because we couldn't get a mouse auto that had determination. Sad, but it is what it is. There should be a number that have life implicit. Six. 3 divines, okay. Okay. $2.8. I kind of don't want to buy chaos anytime soon, so I'm gonna just ask for change. I do not understand why this pulls up so many times. Like, I don't get it. All right, let go. We doing the trade or what? I really should start checking the items more, right? I should. Anyways, we have Mahuzotels. And what goes in the Mahuzotl? Red, blue, blue. You could also put any 3 things here. So determination, purity of fire could go in there. But I want to leave auras in here as best as I can. Simply because I plan on getting levels of aura gems in my gloves. So what else can go in there? I guess automation, molten shell can. That can, to be fair. I think I am going to go avoid bleeding tattoos because it just makes sense. I don't want to use that ghastly eye jewels for that. We're already pressed on chance to poison. We need an exactly 15% chance to poison on the regular ghastlies, and we also need some accuracy, which is kind of annoying. Well, you know, what can we do? Shield charge, I think, is on the shield, right? I also found out shield charge can actually be on this weapon too, so you know. Yeah, it's on the shield, so we just go for 1 blue until we hit it. Jesus Christ, so close. There you go. Second try. So we have shield charge, we have clarity. We're not going to use clarity until we have everything else. Melee splash is also unnecessary since these guys splash. But it won't be unnecessary in a bit. My character needs a 6 link it can use that isn't for an insane person, that is not a straight jacket. But oh well. We're going to level like this until we can afford actual gear. But like this, we already have divine flesh, which means chaos res needs work ASAP. That's what it really means. So we have to craft chaos res on every piece we can, i.e. you. That's pretty much the only source of chaos res we actually have. We can buy a ring. It's not a bad idea. Let's get a ring. We'll get a bone ring that has the stats we're looking for. So ideally we get minion movement speed. We get max life. We get dexterity, specifically dexterity. And we get chaos res. And the most important thing here, I guess, right now is you. So you are 100 chaos. You only 20 dex though. I don't mind the life roll too much, but I need dexterity. Like 47, 83. Yeah. You know what it can have? It cannot have this, and it's fine. It can actually not have this so long as it has an empty suffix, and I'd be fine. I don't want int. This is perfect for now. This is actually perfect for now. Emphasis on for now. because I can get move speed, and when I'm ready to upgrade my rings, well, I can upgrade them. But yeah, I need more in the way of chaos res this moment. You're gonna give me a 22 whether you like it or not. Took you forever, but I got my 22. We'll go fire and chaos. Shield charge. Where's convocation? Then clarity. I probably want to sell this eventually. I can also just destroy it. I'm not gonna need it. So now we have this. We also need tempered by war. So cold and lightning gets converted to fire. That way I do not need to touch the other reses. So let's find a tempered by war that has increased max life or endurance charge. Yeah, pretty much this. Copy trade URL. Paste. Oh my goodness, I'm dumb. And we can just buy anything here. So 90 chaos. Person is not online. Jeez. 1 divine. Oi. Read me the 1 divine. Give me. Thank you. This is 15187. Thank you. Okay. We only have to worry about fire and chaos res. Which means purity of fire is nothing but positives. Nothing but positives right here. Clarity. Yeah. Purity of Fire is gonna stay here until we figure out links for everywhere else. But for now, all of our current damage is being converted to fire and chaos, and our fire res is doing good. Chaos, not so much, but we'll figure that out, you know, eventually. It's not a worry for now, at least. What is this gem supposed to be? We have minion damage. We have... I removed at faster attacks. Because we're using a dagger, let's go chance to poison. It's probably the best. That reminds me, I haven't even gotten full chance to poison here. Alright. Let's at least see what... I'll leave you here for now, I guess. I don't like things being on my Q because Q is what I use for my mobility, so my frost blinks. Oh wow, what is this? You seen this shit? It's gonna disconnect me. How high is he gonna get before he disconnects me? 21k. All right. So we have our weapon. We need to make the AG's weapon. We need to make the AG's chest piece. Helmet is, we just buy off the market. Boots, we buy off the market. Gloves, we have it already. So we just need to test his, and shield the same thing. So we just need to test his, we need to craft his chest piece.
I need more mana.
I would rather have this here, to be honest. Did I just level up with Desecrate?
When I'm ready and not before.
Everything else, I think I am free to level up. I know we're going to drop chance to poison eventually. We just need levels right now. We need to hit level 70 to be precise. Bruh. Yo, I almost died there. Scratch that. I practically died. Like I was bleeding. I'm like, ah, fuck. Okay. So this is useless, basically. Practically useless. In that case, since it's so useless, I mean, we're already not gonna use it. We plan to use a writing jar. I think this might actually work because it's recover, right? And current, I think it's Val Pact that does it. Okay, yeah. This one stops recovery. So recover doesn't work. Regen doesn't work. So we still wouldn't get from the flask, but it's fine. We have leech. It does make it kind of awkward though. But all we have to do is become bleed immune. We have to become DoT immune. So that involves getting all these bleed nodes. Itava Rebel 20%, 30, 40, 50, 60. Unless we have zero plans on, unless we plan on using steel skin. 70 could be fine if we plan on using steel skin, but we aren't. And if we do take bleeding, it's going to be bad. So we just get to 100% and forget about it. 80 is fine. For the remaining, we just put it on a jewel, most likely. What is the jewel that's using the least right now? Chance to avoid being shocked. The rest have accuracy. Can I do this instead? How much accuracy does my anime guardian weapon have now? So yeah, we'll just get to 100 efforts. 90, and this should be 100. We are freeze immune, all of these ailments immune, and then oh, this is AG, us. Increase ailment duration. Wait, what? Yeah, increase elemental ailment duration but reduce effect of curses. We have 100% chance to avoid bleed. Yeah. Oh wait, we get 46. I forgot. We get 46 from our implicit, so 1, 2, 3. We can remove 4 to put us at 60%, and that puts us at 46, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 60%. So we're 6 over cap, but that's fine. So it means on our boots, I'm way ahead of myself. On our boots, we only need 40%, which means 1 implicit. I'm going to remove the eta 1. So then add implicit. It's eta, and it is 40% bleed. That makes it even easier to hit the 2% max fire res. But yeah, 100% bleed avoid chance. Crit reduction is 85%. Fine with that. Shock avoidance 100%. Fine with that. Everything else has. Only thing I'm not immune to is poison. Poison is the one thing I'm not immune to. But wasn't there something I could have gotten that would nullify poisons? There was something. Do you guys remember what? We were playing around with stuff and we saw a way to become poison immune. Was it a mastery? I feel like it was. What was it? Oh yeah, it was this. Unaffected by poison while affected by malevolence. So we're not, so poison just doesn't affect us. Like we get poisoned, but it does no damage. That is it. So what other bleeds do we have? We have ignite, immune to that. Poison, we're immune to that. Bleed, immune to that. What else is there? There is, of course, generic physical corrupted blood. One of our things needs to be corrupted. Something needs to be corrupted. Something. I don't know what. What if I did this? Corrupted implicits. Is it possible that there's any timeless Jew here that's corrupted with? Lethal pride. Corrupted blood implicits. The simple answer is, oh shit, there is. It just costs 9 divines. It actually just costs 9 divines and I can get it. It's probably easier to just find a regular ghastly eye jewel. Yeah, we'll just edit one. Maybe not the one that has shock, because that's like the most unique. Instead, we're going to do this Control C, Control V. And we're going to corrupt and do. I cannot see this shit because I am probably blind, so corrupted blood. And does this need to have accuracy? Probably not. It also doesn't need to have 15% poison chance, 12% is fine, I think. And it just needs to replace, I guess, you. Minions should still have 100% poison chance. So this is 29, 29, so that's 60 minus 2. 60 minus 2 is 58, so 15, 15, 30, 98. Wait, no, 88. Yeah, 88. Then 12. So it's perfect. It just needs 12. Yeah, it's exactly 100 now. So those are the generic dots that could fuck you up. I'm not forgetting anything, right? Poison is gone. Determination. We have PDR. Yeah, that's all. So yeah, dots solved. Don't have to worry about dots. Except, you know, non-ailment dots, in which case they can still fuck you up. If something is there to apply a non-ailment but dot, then Hopefully you can leech. Now if it's saw blades, then you're kind of just fucked. One thing we could do, we have armor here, we have move speed. In place of Basalt's curses, because we already have reduced effect from our ring, we could of course do this and become that immune, but we could also just go damage taken from hits is leached as life during effect. It doesn't have the best uptime, but when it's there, at the very least, you're not just you aren't just degenning in like the moment before your weapons start hitting shit, you know. Hopefully. Okay, I'm fine with 13k fizz max it, by the way. I don't know if I said that, but I'm fine with 13k fizz max it without anything up. I mean, with everything up, this is fine. With clear, we should be permanently on. We should be permanently on max endurance charges with clear, especially with my AG using a pneumatic dagger. That should be the case. I'm going to buy random gloves from like Act 9. I'm going to reforge Chaos and just craft life on it. That's all I'm going to do right now. I need to solve Chaos first. Then we're going to...
Take care.
Armor gloves are fine. Armor ES gloves are also fine. So just pick this. But this armor EV. Okay. So now on this, dump the beta dream before I forget and fuck it up. Reforge Chaos. Bruh. Oh. I have this. Okay. I'll take the dexterity. Maybe I just spam this for dexterity. Like actually good dexterity, and I can use it long term in that case. Let's try it. Only thing I care about is dex. 25 dex is nothing impressive. I get the feeling I should have just taken my 30 something dex. 34 dex, I'll take it. Take this. And okay. I know. I'm going to replace the gloves soon enough. I really am, but for now, it can live. But it needs 2 red. %61 chaos res. We can live with this. We can honestly we can. Yeah, we'll leave everything else for now. You do not have to exist. Wait a second. I have Hateful Accuser. I just remembered I actually dropped this ring a while back. And bonus points, it gives Chaos Res. So, even better. Then... what else am I missing? I need to get mana reservation on my helmets. So we're gonna have to craft that tomorrow. I want... Right now I want a body armor. So let's open Craft of Exile. Crafts. I want body armor with probably just full strength. With Warlord influence. And then I'm just going to Chaos roll this until I land on Fizz. Either that or I just reflect Fizz. Or reforge Fizz rather. Until I land on this. Maybe I reforge Fizz until I land on it. It doesn't have to be the most expensive chess piece out there. But I kind of just want to get going with the crafts, you know. So for chess piece, what level AG gem do I need to get to the point where it can use level 80 something? It's currently 73. It would go up, just not yet. My AG in here goes up to level 2120. So 17 is 80. So basically he has to hit level 20 before he can use a base of the best armor, pretty much. So let me just see. Influence, has Warlord influence, and influence max 1. What is the piece? Royal plate. Gintami. Thank you. Then we're just going to reforge physical. Where the hell is reforge physical? Until explode. Wait, Warlord has a phase damage from hits taken as fire mod? Interesting. I didn't know this. Huh? Okay, reflected physical damage. So it's not elevated. I thought it was the elevated one that... I think if I use suffixes cannot be changed while I have full suffixes and I reforge fizz, I'm guaranteed. Let me confirm. I feel like I should be guaranteed the affix. It has reflect fizz, I guess. So I'm not guaranteed, but I have a much better chance at it, I guess. Hmm. Is explode this rare a mod? I mean, I get it. Reflect is big, and you know, PDR is also easy to hit. But like, geez. Unless, am I misreading this? Does this not have physical tag? Oh my god. Is this the wrong? It is. It's fucking Crusader, isn't it? I'm... Okay. Okay. Let's move on. Crusader. It's late, I know. It's I can be excused from such a mistake. We said like over Lord knows how much in yellow juice, but alas. Better late than never, eh? Thank you. Because I'm like, there's no universe where explode is that rare. You know? If it exists, I ought to have hit it already. It's not that common either. Still, but no flipping way it's this rare. No flipping way. My goodness. And I said I was gonna fucking outroll this. Jesus Christ. Can you not just hit it? What the hell? Bruh, this is unreal. It has physical tag on it. I get it. It's, to be fair, it is very low weight. Like weight wise, it is like 1/7 of the weight of all these other physical mods. So I get it. But at this rate, I might as well just try to guarantee it. So let me see. Emulator. Let me see if this is actually right, because I think I'm not entirely sure. Crusader. If I fill up suffixes and I go suffixes cannot be changed. Reforged physical. No, I'm not guaranteed it. I mean, it's there. I hit it. But it's far from guaranteed. Let me pull up the video. At this point, what's the weighted? The weighting is low, I get it, but like it's wild. Like look at it. This is its weight is 125. So you have a prefix chance of 0.264, and you know, as you reforge, it's higher to hit the physical, but like it is wild. It does require eye level 85, and I assume this is eye level 80. Okay. That's on me. It's impossible on that base. Um, 85. Don't judge me. It's like it's late. My brain isn't working at this point. Or at least it's barely working. The more I craft, the more I'm just like, you know what? Just to be safe, just pick up eye level 86s. Just do that and save yourself headache. Like, just to be safe. There's Grimnock. Oh wait. Okay. I'll get two bases. One is going to be what I do use now. The other is going to be the one I try to elevate and yada yada yada. Thank you. Can't even judge. I do the same. Like it's honestly, it is what it is. You live, you learn. You do it again, you learn some more. It's like I'm reforging Fizz. There shouldn't be a universe where it just doesn't hit for this long. Like I get it, the odds are low, but like still. I'm not yet double checking to see if it can roll explode. Finally, we got 14%. Imagine all that just to get 14%. But it'll have to do for now. Increased life. Yeah, this is what the AG is gonna wear initially, and I'm going to put this with a piece I need to, you know, still craft. So we're gonna put this there. AG is gonna wear these two. This is good resistances, to be honest. Yeah, it's good resistances. Then what else do we need? We have Gravebind. We need Replica Victorious Charity that has reduced crits implicit. How is there nothing? Does it not exist? Okay. If I can't get that one, what do I get? I can go block. I could go, I think increase max life is just the way to go. %. Okay. I guess we go increase max life. Minimum 6%. There's only one on the market. Only one on the market. And you know the irony? I'm not even going to be using my AG yet. But anyways, so now we have shield, chests. I would have liked the chest to have PDR at least though. But for that final chest piece, that's what we're going to go for. We're going to try to elevate it. We're going to try to elevate it. Why does Mahozoto look like fucking cardboard? Like, why is it so fucking thin? It looks like I'm holding cardboard, my guy. Like, genuinely, if I just switch this looks more like a shield. Still thin, but like it's not as bad as Mahozoto. Jesus Christ. It's terrible. It is terrible. Okay. AG has another item. What else is missing? Helmets. Okay, let's close this window real quick. And then I said helmet, right? So that is clear crown of the tyrants. How much are you going for right now? 3.5 divines. Yeesh. All right. I'm gonna buy this for 3.5 divines. But at the same time, I said I wanted to test out a Lear cast starting out. So let's try a Lear cast. But we should also just buy the one we're going to equip eventually. So what am I looking for here? I'm looking for decent base percentile and decent life. Well, life doesn't really matter. They have so much flat life already that this is, you know, not a problem. Oh, this is a static row then. This is 4 divines. It has good armor ES. Terrible life though. It has good life. Okay, we'll go for this one. 3.9. Okay. Now we just wait for the person to come out of the mines, and then we need to level up this character I'm going to do some just farming on my main today so that I can get some gold. Then with said gold, what is this mask, my guy? I feel like I know this mask. I feel like I have it. I know this mask. I know this item. I know what that is. Unique helmet. It's this one, Crown of Eyes. So it's old battle mage. That's what he's using. Because I'm like, I've seen this. So it's old battle mage. Blanching. Chaos. Honestly, all damage can poison. So I really shouldn't be going for a white socket here. I should be going for a red socket, right? It's the most consistently high base added damage. Because at the end of the day, we don't care about the flat damage is going to give me the poison hits. The poison is going to add physical, elemental, and chaos. So long as it's the biggest flat damage there is, so I should be going for red. And just to confirm with POB, let's go to Crown of Tyrant and let's go white. 34.498. Oh, never mind. I went red, so it's here. But if I said instead of 96 fire damage, yada yada, 94 to 96, or 64 to 96, if I instead went 47 to 61, added chaos damage, and I did boom, and I did 4761. So that's 34.04. 34.5. Yeah. So fire is what I should be aiming for. What up, Paul? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? So we should so red is like honestly the what we should be going for, because it's just the highest amount of flat base damage we have access to. Yes, I can see your messages. What up? Can I ask a question? Sure, go for it. You can ask. Then we're gonna dump this here. I'm more than happy to answer questions. Here's the context. All right. I'm listening. Then what are we doing? So we have the helmet, we have the gloves, we have the chest, we have the shield. We're missing boots, weapon. Boots and weapon are what we're missing, right? Yes. For boots, we're supposed to get windscreen. So let's pick up a windscreen. Is there any good corrupts for windscreen? I don't care for while stationary. I don't mind suppress. I don't mind ES. Max endurance charges. That's the one. That is the one. 100%. It's a no-brainer. This is my fourth. Okay. Windscreen. And max end charge implicit. Please exist. Please. There you go. There you go. We're gonna go for, honestly, only thing I care about is, I guess, base percentile matters. 100%. You should also have this. I would like it to have early res, but I think we're already overcapped on early res for the AG, right? Honestly, by not too much. I would think it was more. So we should be getting cold res on any piece of gear. So it's extra important that this has cold res. So this is fine. I have become in love with PoE almost 2 years ago. I got my computer that can really run its juicing nice. Since then I started from scratch. Well, congratulations. This is my 4th league. I got Mage Blood on day 22. All right. Why is this not showing here? I don't care to not upgrade my Summon Stone Golem. How can I get better at this game? Okay, first question for you. What do you want to get better at? Do you want to get better at farming currency? Which it doesn't sound like you have issues farming currency if you got Mage Blood on day 22. Is it you want to get better at making builds? Is there a part of build making that you want to get better at? You want to understand the game? Okay. I can follow a guide. Okay. So let's pick up a windscreen. And we're gonna find one that has good early res. Like this guy over here. No, that's too... I don't think I'm willing to spend that amount. Honestly, how big is the base percentile? We already have decent armor. Honestly, we have decent armor. We should just prioritize early res and then just pick the highest base percentile, which is like this one is good. How can I take this knowledge I am learning? How can I make it my own? Okay. I think I understand the question, which is currently you have no issues, you know, playing the game, but you want to be in a state where you make your own strategies, you want to make your own builds, you want to just play the game without necessarily looking up guides, right? For that, I would say, I don't know what your current understanding of the game is, but the first thing I would suggest is, and I assume you for the most part you have been doing this. No? Okay. What did I get wrong? So then we have windscreen, we have helmet, we have chest piece. That's 1, 2, 3. Gloves are here. Offhand, now we can craft weapon. Oh, you want to just be able to flow, so to say? I think I know what you mean. What you mean is, it's like when I create a minion build, and I haven't really thought out the leveling, and I'm just going to wing it, and I'm going to figure out POB later, and I'm just going to make it work. So knowing what nodes to go for next, knowing what I need, like in terms of stats, knowing what the... Okay, I understand your question now. What is my advice for that? What is my advice for that? I would say to get started with being in that situation, the easiest thing you can do is specializing in something. What do I mean? You see how I said I can do all of that? I can do all of that with minion builds. If I were to pick up a bull character, not so much. I would need to plan out a whole lot more because I don't know where what nodes are. I might not know exactly what I need to be tanky. I might not. The same thing if I were to just hop into hardcore as a I'm not familiar with it. So the best advice I can give you is specialize in something. So like if you really like, let's say, build archetype, play that build archetype. See what people are doing with it. See how people are making their builds. See the different kinds of ways people are structuring their defenses. Because in this game, if your defenses are weak, that is one of the easiest ways to write off a build. If you keep dying and not being able to complete content. So I would say find how people are doing the defenses, find out how people are doing the offenses too. And just immerse yourself in that archetype so that you know once you specialize in that archetype, you are then able to focus while you are playing on other aspects. It's like now you know what you need. You just died to something. What killed you? Do you think it's a big phys hit? Okay, I might need more physical mitigation, or how can I get stronger against physical hits? Then you can go to POB to play around and see what you can come up with. Or you can see how people are addressing physical hits. Yes, pretty much. Because PoE as a game is very, very, very condensed. It's not condensed. It's very bloated. That's what I'm looking for. If you try to understand everything at once, you understand nothing. So pick one thing that you like a lot. Don't worry, you don't need to pay me. My game name is Deconic, but you really don't need to pay me for anything. I'm happy to just answer your question. And if you're always free to stop by and ask any questions you have. I don't mind. But yeah, just okay, how about this? How about what? What else do I need here? Oh yeah, I wanted to craft the next weapon. But the AG's weapon should be something decent. Check my POB, let me know what you think, and then I pay you. You don't need to pay me, but what is your build, I should say? Because like I said, I have my specialties, right? I'm good with minion builds. I'm okay with like totem builds. I'm okay with bull builds, at least bull builds that use totems. But I'm not the best. Like I don't know shit about melee, right? My melee knowledge is very lacking. My trickster knowledge is also probably lacking to a degree. So like those are the places where I can kind of help. If it's minions, definitely I can do it with my eyes closed. Totems, I can kind of help you with things I know. Fresh to it, I hit 38 challenges in the last few leagues past my first league using a variety. Okay. If you want to send POB, you can find me on Twitch and post the link there. I don't think YouTube is going to let you post the link, but you can on Twitch. Feedback. Okay, we can give it a shot. Just go on Twitch and send the POB, and I can get it there. YouTube won't let you send the link. Can you send the link somehow? Twitch. Oh, a link to Twitch, sure. Give me a second. I assume that's gonna work. That should work. And if it doesn't, then I don't know. No, but it should work. I wanted to buy, what was the weapon I needed to buy? Pneumatic dagger, that's what I need. I need a pneumatic dagger. Pneumatic dagger, and it needs to be high level. I'm gonna go for 86. Fuck it. I'm tired of non-eye level 86s messing with my craft. Alright? Give me eye level 86 pneumatic daggers. I don't care if it costs 40C. I'm taking it. Alright, now I'm here. I will be ending stream soon enough, but not quite yet. So you have time. Justice for Mage Fist. What happened to Mage Fist? I don't think anything happened to him. Essences. Increased Fizz. Oh god damn. No, don't do that. Don't do that. To share it, use generate and then hit share. It would shorten the link to pob.in and then post this one. We have, oh, it's hybrid fizz. Oh, still wrong one. Hit generate, it posts what you just sent me, then hit share. Hitting share will bring it to an actual link that we can work with. You need to hit share to get this. Make sure it says pobb.in. There you go. Open. All right. So this is the POB we're working with. Do you have complete trust in? You want to scale this to Ubers? Do you have complete trust in your config? Which means, can I just do this and trust the number I'm looking at here? No trust in config. Arcane, are you here? I'm gonna need your melee knowledge. Link here. Okay. Copy link. You know what? I do have it, just I can just copy it. That one. So we have 47 rage. Why do we have 47 rage? Do you get above 47 rage frequently? Can you show me how to set up config? So setting up config is very build dependent. You're 47 because of gloves. You're using the new gloves? Okay. 17% chance. So basically, so long as you throw at least 4 attacks, you get to max rage. And I'm guessing 47 is your max rage, right? Okay. 47 is max rage. Do you have flask active? Oh, you have a mage blood. You don't need this with a mage blood. It doesn't affect anything. The mage blood, it knows that these 4 flasks will be using. You have endurance charges. This is fine. Are you fortified? Yes. Do you have max fortification stacks, or do you typically get to like 5 stacks, 10 stacks? What is your average on tougher enemies? That is number of nearby enemies, at least 1, maybe more. Okay, max. Okay. Have you been hit recently? Okay, so to configure a POB, it's very dependent on your build, right? It depends on what you told POB that you have. That it would then use that to suggest what you may or may not be doing. So for example, if I don't have a source of exposure like you don't right now, it's not going to ask you if they are exposed to an element. But if I were to add a weakened code pen that has chance to expose to inflict code exposure, it would then ask me, are they exposed to code? In which case I take yes, because realistically, if I'm hitting fast enough, they should be exposed. So it's very build dependent how you set this up. Like for example, you know, you're using endurance charges of that's a no-brainer. But do you use unholy might? Probably not. So you leave it off. Are you fortified? So you basically set everything else up as accurately as you can, and that would make POB ask you the right questions. For example, if you have flesh and stone, it will ask you if you're in sand stance or blood stance. That's an example of something. What do you think about my brutality? Can I replace? You're using ground slam of earth shaking. This is giving you like 1 build DPS. You know what? One thing you could do is you could turn it off and then click this with full DPS here. With full DPS, it's going to calculate and show you what would give you the most damage. In this case, awakened brutality is your biggest DPS gain. Then we have pulverize. Pulverize is also doing good work for you. So you can do the same thing. You click pulverize. Is it going to be at top of the list? Maybe, maybe not. If it isn't, conk effect is, but you probably don't want to reduce AoE. So yes, pulverize is your best bet. Fortify is a no-brainer. Overexertion is, I assume, good. Yeah, overexertion is probably good. I would love to incorporate something like shock with a new weapon and chance. But one thing to note is with brutality, you crush the enemy and that inflicts physical damage reduction. What is your main DPS source? Let me see. What damage are you doing? Do you know how to use your calculation page? Because this page is huge. If you know how to use your calculation page, this would be an easy way to understand where damage comes from and how to scale it. You can literally see how everything adds up, from like your added physical damage to like your increase, like you're getting all of these sources to increase physical damage, but you also have these sources to generic damage. This is your final damage. You can see here, oh, this is your base damage. This is how much you added to it. You have a base damage multiplier, which is your increased damage, and your more multipliers, and then your increased damage rather, total increased damage. Then that one, once that's done, it then meets your more multipliers, and then you arrive at these figures, and then these figures would go into your attack speed, and that would produce your DPS here, as an example. Would you like to Discord for faster chats? I don't think I'm going to be here for too long. We can definitely chat on Discord later on when I have more time. But for now, I think this is fine since I'll soon be going off. So the question now is, can you incorporate shock to this build? The easy answer is you technically can incorporate shock into any build if you just have on reserve mana. Because in theory, where are your manas? Where are your auras? You have pride. What else do you have? What else is taken? Oh, you have auto exertion with so many auras. This is where all your reservation is going, right? Yeah, it is. This is your weapon, your 6th link. Do you run into mana issues right now? Yeah, no, I get it. Do you run into mana issues right now? You want to scale damage. How can we scale this damage? Get it to... Arcane says get it 21 pride. Go silver flask for perma onslaughts with additional early res instead of bismuth. Okay, I mean, makes sense. Onslaught is big because you get attack speed, and it just feels good because move speed. It's more move speed. I run quartz for bosses. Okay. Why? Bismuth is for... Oh, okay. So bismuth is for when altars ruin your res, right? Do you have... I want to say, do you have max res without it? You're very close to max res without it. So I would say this is overkill. And he's actually right. You probably would do want a silver flask. And like you said, for altars, so you still want to you still want to give it additional early res. So where's early res? This one, max roll. I don't think this matters. No, it does. You need increased effects. Okay, wrong one. There you go. Increase effects. Apply enchantments. Increase effect. Therefore, to replace your bismuth with silver, you gain 500k damage, and you're still 50 early res above. You're still 50 res above like resistances. Now, granted, if you really go ham on those altars, it will eventually drop your res below, but you are at 90 res already. You shouldn't need to be like, if it drops you to 80, you're taking double the damage you were before. But I think you're already tanky to the point where it's still fine. Does that make sense? And it's like I said, it's 500k it's 500k DPS easily just from this one change. Then what's it called? What else could you do? Let's look at your weapon, because weapon is big. How much accuracy do you have? Where's accuracy? Oh, Jesus Christ. Why do you have this much accuracy? Did you just accidentally hit accuracy, or did you need it? Replace neck. Yes. Good. Silver, yes. What is your necklace doing? It is +1 max all res armor accuracy. I mean, you don't want to miss, but if you look here, your accuracy is 5,605. Now, I'm not saying to go low, but typically if you get to, like, for example, if I just do this, I'm going to say you have -2,000 to accuracy rating. No, what is this modifier? Plus, okay. If I just did this, it should work. All right. So we have -2,000. So your accuracy rating is, where the hell is accuracy? Here, right? It is 2,005. So if you were to reduce this by 1,000, 3,805, you have the 100% chance hit already. Now, granted, this is not against an elusive enemy, so against elusive enemies, you might need more than this, right? But you don't run into elusive enemies that often. And honestly, I would say this is decent accuracy. Like, I would go for this. You want a 100% chance to hit, but like 3,000 is a good place to be. So if we were to remove this, remember that figure, 3,800. That's how much you need for Guardian Pinnacle bosses. You're at 5,600. So that's at least 15-ish hundred that doesn't have to be there. Now you can find different ways to, you know, replace the accuracy, but the easiest way I can think of is, yeah, if you replace your amulets, you drop a lot of that accuracy. And now because of that, your accuracy on your weapon makes a lot of sense, because now that accuracy is contributing to keep you at 100%. And worst case scenario, I think you can just get accuracy somewhere else on the tree, but that's like besides the point. Is 89% enough? Though it takes me to 90% res. Isn't that because of the annoyance? What does Hatchet Master do? What's the annoyance? Hatchet Master. Okay, there you go. Okay, it's not because of the annoyance. So it takes you to 89% all res. What is the max res you are scaling for? I guess I can just check. What is the max res you're scaling for 90%? Oh, you're not using Meldin. Oh, are you chieftain? No. So you're scaling each of them individually? Is that what I'm seeing? Ah, yes, you are. That's impressive though. You're getting cold res max from Jules. You're getting early res max from Jules also. Well, not from Jules. This is from the plate. This is from the ring. You didn't. Oh, you did. No, here. Crimson. Crimson is the only jewel you spent it on. To be fair. Lightning has 2 jewel nodes. You know what I'm thinking? So Arcane says, get the Light of Meaning with increased fizz and see where others place it on PoE Ninja. If I had to eyeball your tree and suggest places you could put a Light of Meaning, here would be big. If this area, if you had a Light of Meaning in place of that Watcher's Eye, can I spell? If you have a Light of Meaning on that Watcher's Eye and you just went physical damage, and instead of that Watcher's Eye you went the Light of Meaning, you gain 300k DPS because everything in this radius, including these ones, are now giving you 6% increased fizz. So you effectively just went from, well, we're at 569 here, and the Watcher's Eye, I don't remember which one was here. I'm going to just Control Z. You have the Precision Clarity Pride one. Okay, and then so you essentially gain over 150 increased fizz damage from that one input, from that one jewel, which is insane value for your. It's insane value. If you don't, by the way, if you don't replace your amulets because of the max res, which is completely valid, by the way, you can choose to reduce the accuracy from your weapon. You would then have to craft something else, but this is a 1000 PDPS weapon, so it's a good weapon. It's a very good weapon, right? So it's up to you. But if you were to craft a better weapon that didn't have accuracy, for example, if you had added fizz, increased fizz, what else can a Val Axe have that would be good for you? Added elemental is not ideal. Let's just create a new Val Axe, I guess. It's a two-handed axe. Or you could also go for a better base to craft it, by the way. Like for example, let's this is probably a big increase in your DPS. But let's see, this has 192 DPS. Oh, never mind. Your DP Val Axe is fine. Val Axe is fine. It's a high PDPS weapon. It's just slow attack speed, that's all. Yeah. Yeah, that's okay. Val Axe it is. You essence with contempt, I assume. Let's just say mid-roll until T1 increase fizz. Is there any prefix we care about that is not already in there? Is this why you have accuracy rating? Because of the increased phase hybrid? I assume so. In which case, it makes sense. Like, it makes a lot of sense in that case. This is 77% increased fizz. This is 200% increased fizz. So not quite. Oh, I see what you did. You did this, then you unveiled increased fizz. That's what you did, right? Increased fizz, and then you could go pause bleeding on hits, and that gives you really good DPS. Something like this. What am I missing? The PDPS of this one, oh, I see. I see why. The reason is the multi-mod attack speed. So if I give this one an attack speed of 17%, right now I'm just testing 17%. Its PDPS is 900, so I'm still missing something. Oh, you definitely have this increased physical damage, but this is not unveiled. This is bench crafted. I just realized. So this is bench crafted increased phase attack speed. So you have three prefixes being increased phase hybrid with accuracy rating. You have flat phase, and you have bench crafted phase. Then you also have bench crafted attack speed, and you have one open suffix pretty much. Right? Or am I missing something? But somehow, this one has a higher PDPS than this one. Arcane, can you figure this out? Ashes is probably better for here if you want better QL and Warcry uptime. Okay, you're AFK, alright. I don't understand why this PDPS is higher when this one should, in theory, have better... Unless it's just base rolls. 525 to 908. This is 590 to 1010. How? The fizz is higher. The flat fizz. Am I bugging? Oh yeah, it is. It is. Okay. So flat fizz is higher, which means you didn't use essences to get it. You did something else. Anyways, I'm digressing. Do TLDR, the axe having accuracy, it doesn't look like there's anything you can do about it. It's a hybrid node. It's how you get as much PDPS as you currently have, and it's understandable, completely so. So this ends up being the place where I see to remove 1% all res. How can you make up that 1% all res should be the question. You know what you could do? Are you still here, by the way? If you're still here, what you could do is you can remove the silver, go for a bismuth, and potentially even go for resistance on the bismuth. But the reason you would do this is so you could go a melding. If you can fit a melding of the flesh in here, you can then scale max res of just one particular element, like fire res with purity of fire. I think you already have a purity, right? Something like that. Didn't I see a purity somewhere? Oh, it's pride I saw, not purity. Okay. But you could then try to fit purity of, let's say fire is the one you're scaling, or ice, whatever it is. You would, by doing this, you would save many nodes on your tree. Maybe this one you want to leave simply because of the protection mastery, but you could also reduce effect of curses on you, which does the same thing. Yeah, anyways, the TLDR is, if you're able to go melding, you get to scale one particular res, and by scaling one particular res, you should in theory be able to drop maybe this circle or this one. You should be able to drop some max res on your tree or on your jewels. With the spot you save on your, from dropping those max res nodes, you can then spec those things, those individual affixes, into damage. So for example, let's say one of your max lightning res, I assume it's, what is it? Is it a prefix or a suffix? I don't know. But you could then, if you're, let's say all you're doing is scaling cold res, all your rings only need to have max cold res, you don't care about the lightning res or whatever, then you can just spec that. You can then look for a corrupted one that has more prefixes, and you have like phase damage there. That's an avenue to scale your damage. What else can I? It's not going to be easy to rework your tree into what I just said, but if you can, it would be worth it. What else can I think of? That should get you back to 90 res. Can I think about anything for chaos damage? Chaos res is fine. We'll leave it for now. It's not too easy to scale that. You could use cluster jewels. Oh yeah, that's something your build is missing too. You need cluster jewels. Cluster jewels, if you can fit them in, are big scalers of DPS. So you see how you have so many points on your tree? If you get a 12 passive cluster with just the right nodes, your DPS number would increase by a potentially surprising amount. And the reason for this is, well, the reason for it is simply that's just the way the tree is, right? For example, you go through all of these to get here. You're picking up strength nodes, you're picking up dex, int, yada yada. So for, let's say if you want increased damage, that is, I don't know what, let's say you want this area but you didn't path there, you would have to spend like 3 points on the nodes leading up to it and then pick up the nodes, which means you then spent, if you're going for divine judgment, you spent a minimum of 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 points. But with a cluster jewel, every single node you have in that jewel gives you damage and then something else that is important for your build. And I'll give you an example. If I just show you this build, this is the build I'm currently working on. We have 34 mil DPS, and with Val, we're over DoT cap. But let's focus on the 34 mil for now. If I were to remove this cluster jewel, which is giving me 9 points of just straight damage and jewels, look at my damage. We dropped to 21 mil. Why? Because each one here is giving me damage, minion attack cast speed, and increased effect. So each node, so this one is giving me about 13% increased minion damage. It's giving me about 12ish or so max life, and it's also giving me about 4% minion cast speed. So by the time I make the rounds, and I get all the way here, I like this path, no reason, just I like it. Once I do this, I have gotten 4% cast speed, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28% cast speed. I've also gotten the same thing for my life, so I'm also tankier. I've gotten the same thing for, and this is a value, this is an amount of like stat value you don't get from your other areas on the tree. That's why cluster jewels are as strong as they are. They can have the potential to give you value per point that you just cannot find elsewhere. Because imagine if one node on your tree gives you 10 life or 12 life, 13% increased damage, and 4% attack cast speed. everyone would pick it. Like look at the comparison. This node gives 10% damage, 3% attack cast speed. That's it. The strength is from the timeless jewel. Ignore it. That's all this node gives. Just based off of the based off of the cluster jewel, you're getting 1% cast speed extra. You're getting 12 life extra, and you're getting 3% extra damage, and you're still getting dexterity on top of that. So like, even this one that's supposed to be notable is 20% increased damage, which is just like, let's say it's 7-ish increased damage higher. Attack cast speed is 6 higher, but it also gives no dex, it also gives no life. So like, in terms of power per point, you can get a lot of value from your cluster jewels. I don't know if you're still here, but I have to go now. But I hope I was able to help you at least show some potential avenues for saving points and what you could do with said points. Because points in this game, or skill points I should say, are incredibly important. You always need to think about what you pick up on the skill tree as you're spending this point here, but what else could you have done with this point? Like for a big chunk of today's stream, I spent it trying to min-max just point efficiency. Can I save a point here to then get more life? Can I shift this to get this? And once you're tweaking in that realm, you realize just how scarce points are and how much value you can get per point, to the point where you do not want to waste a single point if you do not have to. And if you're able to like really go in and min-max that, that is how you really scale to absurd numbers of like uber DPS. Because at the end of the day, to get to 100 million damage, you don't necessarily need one multiplier that gets you to 100 mil, but you would probably have like maybe 5 dozen small multipliers that just increase it by 10%. Does that make sense? It's like all the small changes add up to where you then do the big damage. So it's all just min-maxing from where you are. I hope you're able to get some value out of it. Again, like, melee is really not my strong suit. I know the bare minimum for melee. I know you most of your damage is coming from like, you know, your weapon. That's what gives you your base damage, and then you want to scale that, increase damage, more damage, war cries, banners, you know, the works. But anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. I was supposed to craft the AG's weapon, and I think I have it in my inventory, to be honest, but we can just leave that till tomorrow. Did I not buy it? What the hell? I guess I didn't buy it. So yeah, tomorrow oh, I did. I was crafting it. I was using fears. I just remembered. We were crafting it for a decent increased phase, which we just didn't hit, sadly. But it is what it is. We're probably gonna craft it off stream using the same thing I did earlier this stream, in case you're still wondering, or in case you this ain't bad. But anyways, in case you are still, you know, you want to know more about, you know, how it's, I guess, how it turns out, I'm going to be going for attack speed suffix and chaos dot multi, which we're probably going to multi-mod craft. So we just need decent increased phase tier, pretty much. That's all we need. Anyways, I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for stopping by. Good night.